All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to Livestream under the Moonshine number 238. Wait, we've done a lot of these over the years, or I have. I don't know how many you have actually watched, but this is, I don't know how many visual novels I've played, but it's quite a few. I feel like it's 25 visual novels that I've played for my years here on YouTube. Tonight, guys, we're hoping to get to the climax of Highway Blossoms. I thought that we were going to reach the end last stream, but it went over 3 hours and still didn't really see an end in sight. But I think we really are going to wrap things up tonight in part 4. So I feel like things got a little bit better in part 3. The 3 hours, it did go a little bit slow, but it started getting into more of the relationship, and I believe this is the last treasure hunt they're doing, or actually I think they decided not to finish the treasure hunt. They decided to reroute and go see, where were they going to go see? Not the Grand Canyon. They've already been to the Grand Canyon. I don't know, they were going to go see another national park, and because not Amber, but this one wanted to see a different park. Yeah. Yep, so we're going to go ahead and jump back into Highway Blossoms, guys. We're going to go ahead and see what this relationship is like between Amber and the other girl. For whatever reason, her name always escapes me. I know it starts with an M, but yeah. Anyway, guys, let's go ahead and jump back into this Highway Blossoms. Let's hope we can finish this up. And I think it's going to get a little bit romantic. Who knows? Maybe even a little bit sad tonight. Go ahead and find out what happens right here. Last episode, they were doing a lot of like talking, and they were kind of scared that they had some big end coming. Both scared to talk about it. I think either one of them had the kahunas, would say, to talk about what they both fear is coming. I assume that's going to be them having to say goodbye, because Amber is going to have to take this girl she found on the side of the road home. She lives in Carlsbad, New Mexico. Remember that. We are trying to launch the game here, guys. There we go. Alright, let's load the game from where we last left off. That would be on February 24th. And they were at the campfire, and I think it started to get a little bit interesting right here, and that's when I stopped. So I did kind of stop it at a more interesting spot in the visual novel. So let's go ahead and pick this up. Since the hike, the fog has climbed down the hill, enveloping the campground. Even here, carved out a small pocket in the breezy chill surrounding us as we take in the warm glow of fire. It feels nice.
But for real, I still can't believe this is your first time leaving home.
She settles down a bit and places her hands on her lap, teetering side to side as she looks at the sky, even though there's nothing to look at.
Yeah, sometimes I have trouble believing it too.
Marina, that's her name.
Since there's so many of us, I guess Mom and Dad could never afford to take us anywhere.
She's got like 9 brothers and sisters like that. That's what I thought. If her family is as big as she says, it's not like they could have just packed up and traveled like me and Gramps did.
You said you have 9 brothers and sisters, right?
Yep, there's 9 of us, plus Mom and Dad, so 11 altogether.
11 people altogether, wow.
Jesus.
Right? Everyone says our house is pretty big, but it's always been so cramped that I've never been able to tell.
Welcome back, Lauren. Good to see you, buddy. How are you, man?
I've never even had my own room. I've always had to share one with some of my sisters. My older brother shared too, until one of them went off to college.
Is that the same brother whose car got torn apart by Mariah?
He laughs guiltily.
Yeah, he always called it his love wagon.
His love wagon, huh? That's her older brother. She borrowed her other... That's where we found her broken down at the start of the visual novel. She was in her older brother's car, which he called the love wagon. She ran it out of gas, and then Mariah, the party that we ran into in the game several times now, found it on the side of the road and decided they could just salvage it and sell the metal. People that they are.
If that thing was a love wagon, then my motorhome is a love palace.
Oh. Yeah, good to see you, Lauren. How you doing tonight, man?
Ooh, that's a good name for it.
He likes that name, the Love Palace, huh?
Don't even start.
Anyway, he said he wanted to get a new one when he got to Salt Lake City, so I don't think he'll be too angry.
Hold on. That's in Utah, too. Why didn't you tell me? The detour would have been a pain in the ass. But if you wanted to visit him, I wouldn't have minded the extra miles. Not if it was for you.
Aww. Yep, definitely having some affection there for Marina. Marina does a double take, and I realize I've given too much away.
You'd have to pay for gas, though.
Yeah, she gets out. You have to pay for the gas, though. That's fine. Marina blinks, then smiles. Crisis averted.
Nah, it's okay. I want to do this without my family's help. Besides, it's only a community college.
Your brother moved from New Mexico to Utah so he could attend a community college?
Uh-huh. He sends me a gift every month. Last month, it was a top hat. I put it right on top of the desk in my room.
He pauses for a moment.
Mine and my sister's room, I mean.
Your family sounds about as weird as you.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I guess we are.
He beams, wearing a little of weird like a badge of honor. Or wearing the title of weird.
That's not a good thing. Actually, maybe it is.
I like it. Besides, Dad keeps us all in line. He's a defense lawyer, super straight-laced. You remind me of him, actually. He likes everything nice and orderly, which is bad for him because he's surrounded by us, but...
He talks for a long time, chattering and laughing about our family. Smile never leaves her face. I almost get lost up in it. I almost want to. For the precious minutes that she speaks, I forget the tension that shadowed us in arches. I could believe it was never there. I love that about Marina. Even when we're out here wet in the rain and humoring truck drivers or racing a lunatic down the highway, never hesitate to smile. For her, it's always poised on the brim, waiting to shine through. I can listen to her all night. Trails off only a short time later.
I'm sorry. This must be boring, right?
Aw.
Nah, I can tell you love him a lot. It was always just me and Gramps. So it's sorta interesting to see how other families work.
The lot falls silent, save for the crackling flames, and I brace myself for what I know is coming. Doing okay, Lauren? Starting to feel a little bit tired. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, it is getting that time of night, man. It's like midnight or whatever. Too, for sure. I like the art. I like how they described how she's looking into the sky at one point, and she's just looking at the mist, and you kind of see the mist blocking the stars in the background. But I like the music in the background here. I don't know if you guys can hear it. But I also like, I go to preferences and I go to music. Let's turn the music volume up a little. Go 50. But another thing I like is the sounds of the crackling fire. As we're sitting here, you hear the fire crackling. I mean, it definitely helps set the mood. Anyway, I brace myself for what I know is coming.
Hey, Amber? What happened to your mom and dad?
Oh boy. I stare into the fire. It pops, casting up delicate embers that fall and vanquish the earth.
I'm sorry. That was too personal.
No, it's fine. They're both around, I think. Only met Dad once a long time ago. Me and Ma don't get along very well. Haven't spoken to her since I was 16.
Oh, wow.
Last I heard, she was living in some trailer park in Ohio.
Is that why you lived with your grandpa?
Sorta. Ma always had her issues. So the court said Gramps could take care of me when I was a baby.
I stifle a laugh. So we're starting to find out some of the back history of Amber here.
Not that it did any good. The geezer had the bright idea to haul me around the Midwest and East Coast for half my life.
To haul me around the Midwest and East Coast for half my life. Hey Diane, how you doing, hon? Good to see you.
He took care of you all by himself? He must have been amazing.
Try again. He was an old hippie who was stuck in the 70s and spent most of his time listening to weird music.
Huh. But she was close to her grandfather. We know that much already. So she's bad-mouthing him or bad, you know, whatever. But talking about how he's stuck in the 70s, spending most of his time listening to music, blah, blah, blah. But I think she loved him with all her heart.
Sounds just like you.
Sounds just like you.
Hey, watch it. If anything, he was more like you. I was always cleaning up his messes, even as a little girl, even near the...
Uh-oh. I choked down a growing lump in my throat.
Even near the end.
Even near the end. Aww.
Amber,
It was always just the two of us, though. Us or any random old friend he wanted to see. Even when he decided to settle down in Colorado, it was just us. People would come and go, but it was always us. And I was there for all of it. I was there for every single appointment. I was there at the hospital, and I was there at the funeral.
Aww. Bill Gramps died. Absolutely, Diane.
Ma didn't even bother to come to that, but I was there. And he was always there, too.
She sounds like she's about to cry.
you really miss him, huh?
Think? My voice lowers to a whisper, raspy, dry.
Yeah.
Good voice acting in this novel. I could say that the voice acting has been pretty good. Am I allowed to tell you what I tell everybody else? Oh, we honestly want to know how you are. Absolutely, I like. Something slumps against my shoulder. Glancing down, I discover Marina's head resting against me.
What are you doing?
Nothing.
Ah,
She looks up at me.
Want me to stop?
nah. Keep doing it.
Okay.
We should turn in soon. We have a big day ahead of us.
Yeah, maybe.
We sit in silence for a little while, or maybe it's a long time. I really can't tell. It's a nice silence, though. Comfortable one. Finally, the engine dies. I can still hear the power buzzing before it surges down. leaving us with the ambience of the settling motorhome.
We're here.
Aha.
Not a lot of cars here, huh?
Guess the rest of the world just hasn't caught up yet.
That won't last for long. Any day now, people will figure out it's here, and an army of would-be treasure hunters will be swarming this place, drooling at the chance to find gold. The last of the gold. There's a fluttering in my chest, and I tighten my grip on the wheel. It's the end of our adventure. Aww.
I bet our names have spread across the land and struck fear into the hearts of our rivals, giving them no other choice but to call it quits.
Yeah. Or maybe someone already came through and found the treasure.
What? Don't say something scary like that!
Still wrapped around the wheel, my clammy hands start shaking. Marina takes notice, looking over with sympathetic eyes.
Hey.
She takes her hand and gently places it on top of mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. I let both fall into my lap. Warm.
We're doing this together, okay?
The flutters tickle the inside of my chest, and I can't help but to smile.
Right. Let's do it.
Right. Regretfully, I force out a nod and pull my hand out of Marina. It feels wrong, like throwing away a precious gift. Reaching into the console, I retrieve the journal for what may be the last time. Well-loved, bent spine, wrinkled pages, folded corners of a flimsy paper cover. Looking back, been getting roughed up since the moment we got it. Ever since that weird station attendant let Marina have it for free way back at the Traveler's. Hard to believe this cheap thing was the roadmap to something so valuable. Taking a deep breath, I skim over the final entry. After several days of travel, I believe I have finally arrived at my first destination. It is well known to have an astute eye for locations. After all, this is how I found my precious bounty, so it is no mistake that I easily found the perfect hiding place in this valley. I arrived on horseback at the blistering peak of noon, looking for shelter coming night. I began noticing something different, something distinct. Crimson, all of it, shades lighter than pink and darker than blood. Color stained it all, from the giant immovable stones to the tiniest grains of sand. It was as if the land had absorbed the sun's heat and reflected it outward. Even at sunset, the cave I settled in emanated a bright red glow, speckled out from its opening. That night, as I laid on the ground, catching the flames in my fire shoot-up of the cave's roof, I wondered if there were more places like this out here in this unsettled land. During my travels on the trail, I was too preoccupied with preparations to observe the world around me. But now I have achieved success. Maybe I shall. It would be a shame if my superb observational skills went to waste.
Windstone Arch.
Wait, I'll tell you what, Amber is really good at figuring out these journal entries of this guy. Diane says, well, if I'm completely honest, I'm depressed. I'm watching you tonight in hopes of finding something to hang on to. I'm losing myself, Zax. I really... My mental health has dropped to the lowest. I'm struggling. Oh, Diane. Okay, so... yeah, we're going to go ahead and stop the visual novel for just a second to go ahead and let Diane know that she is loved and let Diane know that life is worth living. We also want to let Diane know that she has some very important, very precious young little ones that make everything worth living. So, Diane, sorry to hear that you're going through hell. No, I've been there myself. We all go through our own hells at different points in our life. I can tell you, you're not alone. So, make sure you remember what's important. Remember that you're not struggling alone. That there have been many, many people going through exactly what you're feeling, exactly what you're feeling. help out there. Also people. And reach out for help, hon. Reach out for help. I urge you to reach out for help. Reach out and talk to somebody close to you. Reach out for help. Don't know who to talk to. If you can't think of anybody to talk to, there is professional help out there. Talk to somebody. Full free numbers out there. 4 hours a day, 7. Somebody can talk to you. I think your girls with your mom, and I was afraid to her. Yeah, yeah, you're not gonna lose yourself, Diane. Not gonna do it, girl. Not gonna allow that to happen. Not on my watch. Not on my life. We're gonna be just okay. You got a lot to live for. You got a lot to see. You know, you got those girls to watch growing up. You got happiness coming as well. You may not see it now. You may not feel it, but you do. Hi, Diane, I want you to do me a favor, girl. I want you to go ahead and call this number. They're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Diane. Please reach out and talk to somebody there. They are 100% confidential. Make sure you reach out and talk to somebody at that number. They're available right now. Talk to somebody. Don't know, have anybody to talk to. Please, talk to somebody. They are way more experienced than I am, are way more experienced in dealing with the depression you're talking about. Reach out and talk to them, give them a talk, even if you're not thinking about doing the ultimate end. Still, might be nice to have somebody who knows what you're going through, lend you a heart and an ear, and remember that you have a lot to live for. Alright, so getting back to the visual novel and Amber here, yeah, I don't know how she's so good at deciphering exactly what arches this guy was talking about all the time, but she just knows Windstone Arch. It's probably the vague entry so far, but I can feel it. It has to be there. Alright. I slap the journal shut, and I lay it to rest in the center console, right next to all the cassette tapes. Marina and I look at each other, now sharing the same piercing.
All right, let's get this show on the road.
Because of the lack of crowds, getting around is a lot easier than usual, allowing us to take in the scenery for once instead of slogging around the zombified hordes. Talking about the crazy people searching for the treasure, zombified hordes. Even though there's not many people around, it somehow feels fuller here. Everywhere we walk, we're surrounded by layered dunes and sandstone towering over us, striped with faded reds and calico browns. Somehow, we do eventually manage to find the Windstone Arch. Unlike the arches back in Utah, it isn't big and majestic. Not a giant upside-down horseshoe towards over us as we look in awe. It's not even an arch as much as it is a cave, really. It's a jagged, overgrown rock with a few crevices big enough for a person to enter. Still, despite this, despite the fact that it doesn't compare to the size of the grandeur of everything else we've together so far, and despite that it hardly took us any time at all to find it, still imposing. The longer I stare at it, the bigger it gets. Like it's just judging us. It isn't calling into question for our abilities, even if we can find it. It's gauging us to see if we're ready. Are we? I look over to Marina. A small bulge forms on her throat before she swallows it back down. Is she? I return my gaze to the arch, asking the same questions over and over in my head. Am I? Am I ready? Finally, we look at each other. Marina readies the metal detector strapped on her back and gives me a nod. I return. Even if we aren't ready, even if this is the worst mistake of my life, something both of us have to do. Our steps in sync, we march the rocks and desert shrubs before crouching into the cavern. Sunlight squeezes into the cave, dyeing the rock columns neon red. Marina begins scanning with a metal detector, listening intently for a beep. The narrow space forces us to huddle together as we heave our way through the arch, repeatedly brushing against each other. At first, it's accidental, but I find myself craving it more. To get closer, to feel her, to watch as her hair absorbs the brilliant glow of the cave. I'm deprived of all that, though, as our metal detector vibrates in her hand, making a rumble. She takes off the headphones and points to the wall.
There.
I avert my gaze and move past her to a knee as I slip the bag off my shoulder, pull out a mandrel pickaxe. Careful not to hit her, I start chiseling away at the rock. Soon the crack in the wall grows, small pebbles and gravel start flying off. I reposition myself and block Marina from getting hit by any of it. A small portion of the wall crumbles away, and after a few more strikes reveals a hollow space, just big enough to squeeze your hand into. Oh, how convenient. This is gonna suck if some creepy thing's gone inside and made a home in here. Yeah, no kidding. So she just drills this hole in the cave wall because Marina's metal detector went off, I guess. And so she's reaching in here expecting to find yet another box of treasure or gold. They've already found two, for fuck's sake. Now they're looking for their third. And she's reaching her hand inside this hole in this cave. Yeah, I'd be a little bit scared that it's kind of a gigantic cave spider or something like that. Take a nip out of my hand. Oh, okay, Diane, no problem. All right. Shuddering, I reach into the space and feel something square and wooden. Yep. Some budging, it comes free and easily slides out. Man, these guys are some hella treasure hunters, I gotta say that. A box. Its familiarity is expected, but it doesn't stop my heart from leaping any less. Nor Marina's, who squeaks out a gasp.
Ready?
This time she barely nods, unsure of what to say. But like ripping off a bandage, I swing the lid open before she can give any real answer. Nuggets, a pile of them, filled from top to bottom, all misshapen and morphed. Sight isn't anything new, but this time it feels different. Like the first time, reality has finally sunk in and everything up until now has been just a haze. We both just stare at it. An entire universe of thoughts race through my mind, yet it all comes up blank.
What now?
You guys got 3 boxes of treasure now. Like, they're finding all the treasure, like, without any... It's like how effortlessly they find this treasure. It's directed more towards myself than Marina, but it's the first thing I managed to spit out, and ultimately important. Alright, Diane. It'll always be here as well. Marina doesn't answer at first, instead just tilting her head, trying to process the question. But finally, she gives a simple smile.
I saw a sign for a trail on the way over here. Why don't we go hiking?
hiking? So you just go find this treasure box full of gold, and now Marina just wants to take that box of gold and go hiking. Alright? What about, like, I'm kind of wondering why they haven't done this yet with the first two treasure boxes. What about, like, taking this treasure, this gold, and going and selling this shit? Like, you know, gas money, fun money, like, you know, money to put in the bank, whatever. Like, I don't think they've deposited or sold any of this gold yet. Just keep going treasure hunting. This was the last one, evidently. So this is why I think we're getting to the end of this visual novel. This visual novel is cute, but at this point I think it's a little bit ridiculous that all these thousands of people are out here in the desert in the Southwest, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. Thousands of treasure hunters are out here looking for this treasure, and they all have the same book these two gals do. But these two gals are the ones who find the treasure every single time, without any effort. All these other thousands of people are no competition, never get there first, never think of these places first. These guys are just like the pro treasure hunters at 18 and 19 years old. A little far-fetched, I'm just saying. Anyway, let's enjoy the visual novel for what it is, guys, as implausible as it may sound. So anyway, now Marina wants to go hiking. I freeze for a second, then laugh under my breath. The more I think about it, the more I think about the simplicity behind her words, the more I laugh, until I border on sounding like a hysterical madman.
Hiking? For real?
I keep laughing, struggling to keep it together, even after I start having trouble breathing. Poor Marina isn't in on the joke though, and within a matter of seconds her face goes from confusion to concern, to then pouting. Aww.
I don't know why you're laughing. I was being serious, you know?
Huh. Settling down, I wipe a fake tear from my eye, an occasional chuckle still managing to break through.
No, I know you were.
Then what's so funny?
Nothing, just...
I finally regain complete composure, and I just smile at her.
Yeah, sure. Let's go hiking. That sounds nice. Can you please keep to the signs?
I will. Stop being such a worrywart.
Marina skips through the sand, gleefully oblivious that her trail is badly marked patch of dirt over the plains of the Mojave.
That's what you said last time. If you're not careful, we're gonna get lost. Again.
Aw, you didn't like those old cabins we found?
It gets old after the second time, Mare.
It kills daylight, too. The sun has faded to orange and will soon sink out of view. There's no way we're getting back before dark. But hey, maybe that's not such a bad thing. We've already found the treasure. Spending some time with Marina is a very nice reward.
So, about this fire wave thing. And yes, I know it's not an ocean of lava, smarty pants.
Damn, I must be running out of material.
I mean, it's so cool. Well, it's hot, I guess. But what is it?
What's the fire wave? It's a, windy thing that winds around rocks and stuff and looks like fire. At least, I think that's what it was.
Oh?
A devilish grin slinks onto Marina's face, and she attaches herself to me like Velcro, nudging my shoulders.
You don't know what it is either, do you?
What? Do so.
Her grin grows until I force myself to look away. She's not gonna get the satisfaction. No way.
I've seen pictures.
Oh, you've seen pictures? What sort of pictures?
You know, the picture-y kind.
The picture-y kind. I can just feel her reveling in this. The first time, she's got me playing right into her hands.
Oh, shut up.
I feel a slap against my wrist and tug. Looking down, I see Marina's bright dimples shining through. her around.
Why don't we find out together?
I'm stunned. It's a position we've been in before, but it's supposed to be the other way around. I'm always pulling her. That's my job. Now, her smooth fingers locked around my wrist, her fingernails grazing above my skin. Realization doesn't even have time to sink in before she propels herself forward, me in tow.
Hey, wait! Hold on!
I kick up sand and grit as I'm practically dragged along by Marina, who meets my yelps with silence. And then she halts as quickly as she took off, leaving me to shoot forward, stumble to a top.
You could have at least warned me before ya.
Oh wow, I go silent. Marina does too. Fire wave. Whirling ribbons of red wrap around the hillside and stretch out to the horizon. Setting sun casts light and shadow across the ground and sky, shading it with intense golds, pinks, purple. As the sky dims, a thread of stray light passes over the shade, shines directly on us. Directly on Marina. She stares on, silent. I can feel every glint of emotion coming from her. Every breath taken away. Every raw feeling that builds up inside of her, only to be choked back down. All of it. I glance between her and the scene stretched out before us. Pockets of sky with their deep, vivid colors are beautiful. Choice is. I fixate on Marina. Her clear, sweet blue eyes. Her cute, round cheeks. Her lips as they quiver ever so slightly. Laying a hand on her shoulder, I turn her towards me softly. Her mouth slips open with a faint gasp, but all it takes is a gentle stroke of her face for the uncertainty wiped. Marina holds my gaze. My eyes relax and I step closer so I can feel her body against my own. And then I lean in and press my lips to hers. Aww, so soft. There it is. There it is, boys and girls. Press my lips to hers. What a beautiful background, though. I keep myself pressed against her, letting my lips move with a natural. But she doesn't press back. Afraid, I pull away, but before I can step back, she pulls me closer. Her lips melt into mine. I let the pattern take control. Our mouths move inside each other, full of tender caution as we ease in. We repeat the process infinitely, bathe in the light of the sunset. The two of us exchange something. I eventually pull back, unsure of what to say, scared of what I could. We turn back to find the last rays of sunlight slipping behind the stand. Something brushes against my hand, tickling for a moment before intertwining between my fingers. Aw, she's holding her hand now. Her grip is loose, but I wrap my fingers around so that I'm holding hers firmly. We watch the last of the light drift into the together.
It's pretty.
Yeah.
What a beautiful moment, right, boys and girls? Now what? Now what's that thing they've been scared of? Oh God, what? Why? What have I done? Her back is turned to me like mine is to hers. I claw my nails deeper in the scratchy couch fabric, stick my gaze on the floor. Please end me now. It was silent after we did that. Nice silence, a blissful release of silence. But as we walked back, terror started to sink in. And I think she too. I listened to the buzz of the generator. I stared at the patch of artificial light on the wall. Stupid little box is making fun of me. Wear it.
So what now?
Funny, that's the same thing I asked when we found the treasure, except she found even more hopeless shoes than I did. Bringing my legs to my chest, I bundle my arms around them, put on a nervous smirk.
We could always go hiking again.
He throws a mock slap at my shoulder, feigning a huffy voice.
You would like that, wouldn't you?
A heavy embarrassment in the air melts away into something a little more comfortable as we both manage to laugh at my perviness. Aw, she's crying. What? Yeah, I think so, Lauren. Marina lets out a whiny cry and slides against the couch.
But seriously, what are we gonna do?
That whiny voice. I don't know that I like that voice acting right there too much. I understand that she's crying, but that sounds just a little bit too whiny.
About what?
About everything. The treasure, home, us.
My heart tightens like she's squeezing it.
Did you not?
No, I did. I do. I just don't know.
Turns to me, her eyes pleading, like she's looking for answers. There's no doubt I'm responsible for those eyes. Feeling a fierce sense of responsibility, stood up and marched to the center console.
Amber?
Hold on.
I open the console, but don't bother digging around. I know exactly where these are. 2 irreplaceable pieces of paper. Stopping in front of the couch, my voice darkens.
I'll be using my half of the treasure to pay for Gramps' hospital and funeral expenses. But before I do that, I still need to go to the music festival.
I offer her one of the tickets. Unsure, she gently tugs it from my hand and begins reading.
If you want to, you can go with me. Might give you a little extra time to think about things.
My voice softens.
About everything.
The festival? Me?
Up to you, babe.
I flop back on the couch and hold the ticket over my eyes to block out the light.
Oh?
Oh, crap. He peels the ticket off halfway and peeks through, revealing an amused grin.
So I'm Babe now, huh?
Babe. On her hands and knees, Marina crawls ever so closer. I scramble to turn and just hide my face.
Shut up. It was an accident.
Calling her babe. And now I'm back to where I started, mortified and embarrassed.
Amber?
Her voice is like a melody.
Shut up.
Amber.
I said shut up.
Oh, Amber.
What?
A tank engine plows into my back, followed by a soft, gentle arms wrapping around my neck as she rests her head against mine.
Thank you.
My shoulders relax, embracing her. I turn, I rest my head on hers too. A head sandwich.
Sure thing, kiddo.
Right. Once we're quiet, the awkwardness sets in again, where I don't know if I should be saying something to fill the silence or if I should just leave it be. Is she thinking the same thing? Also worried? I sneak glance after a worried glance down, but I can't see her face. Her hands wander around like she doesn't know what to do. She touches her face, scratches her leg, picks at a fold in her shirt, and pops her knuckles. So she is nervous.
Hey.
Top of her head bumps my chin, and she flinches. Ow.
Hey.
You good?
Yeah.
You don't seem good.
No, I am. Sorry, I'm just...
Rather than to hurry along like I sometimes do, I just wait for her words.
just worried, I guess. I know you have, but I've never had a girlfriend before.
I start to say something, but she hurriedly cuts me off.
I don't mean it like that. Well, I do, but I've also never had a boyfriend before. Not a real one, anyway.
You had a fake boyfriend, though?
Barely. Like, in middle school, there was this guy who asked if I'd be his girlfriend, and I said okay. But then the next day, he said his mom told him he wasn't allowed to have a girlfriend, so we broke up.
One day.
Sounds brutal.
Right? And then junior year of high school, I kind of dated this guy for like a month, but I didn't really like him. My friends just wanted me to.
That's screwed up.
I don't know, not really. They weren't trying to be mean or anything, and he wasn't a bad person. He was just... boring.
Oh boy.
Like, for our first date, we went to dinner and a movie. But dinner was just fast food, and he spilled ketchup all over himself. And I don't even remember what movie we saw. He put his arm around the back of my chair, and I thought he was trying to put his arm around me, so I kind of got closer, but nope. He just kept it there. Like he was just stretching.
He giggles at the memory.
Honestly, I'd forgotten about all that until now. That's how not a real boyfriend he was. What about you?
I'm glad that right now things seem normal. Maybe if she's talking, she forgets about being worried.
Well, I've never had a boyfriend.
Marina punches me in the shoulder.
You know what I meant. I could have guessed that much.
Hey now, I'm just being clear. But yeah, I've had other girlfriends.
Isn't it bad manners to talk about this, especially early in a relationship? He asked, though.
They counted, though it wasn't really anything serious either. By the time I was old enough for a serious relationship, I was too busy with taking care of Gramps to focus on one. But at least no one's mom ever told them they had to break up with me.
That's funny.
Listen, it was hard when I was 12. For like a day or two.
I'll bet. Anyway, yeah, there was this girl I was with through a chunk of high school. We broke up in junior year, I think. She wanted to focus on school. She ended up getting a full ride to a nice college, so I guess she made the right call.
Marina doesn't miss a beat.
Nah, it was her loss.
Aww. I shift to free my arm that's pressed against Marina's side, and instead wrap it around her. At first I can feel her tense up, but then she gradually relaxes, until most of her weight rests on me.
So, Amber?
She doesn't answer.
Mare?
Sorry, never mind.
She looks up and smiles at me. I smile back. Maybe it's better not to think too much right now, or ask too many questions. Two of us, happy with each other, not minding that we're both sweaty and kind of gross right now, or that we haven't eaten in hours. Or so I think. It isn't too long before she yawns, looks up at me apologetically.
Oops.
It's okay. I'm kind of tired too.
I'm really not. I'm too excited still, but I don't want her to feel bad about going to bed. Plus, we did a lot of hiking. I unwind my arm from around her and switch which hand holds hers so that we can stand up. She's fidgety again, shifting her weight from foot to foot. Well, I guess it'll take some getting used to, for both of us. I let go of her hand, and it falls limply back to her side, like she's lost control of it. Looking me in the eye, I can tell she's waiting for me to do or say something. I take a step towards her, closing the short distance between us.
Well, good night.
And then I lean in and kiss her again. Briefly, enough that she doesn't really have time to react before I pull away. She blinks twice and rubs her lips and smiles.
Good night.
She walks backwards away from me, still smiling. I'm grinning like an idiot too, of course. How you doing, Dragoness? I'm tempted, so tempted to invite her to sleep in my bed, just to be close to her, still. But I don't. And she's still so nervous and unsure, I don't want to make that harder for her. I lick my lips as I turn off the lights, still tasting the sweetness of her. As I climb into bed, listening for the sounds of her breathing, I don't expect to get much sleep on my own tonight. Stepping on it is supposed to help you with tough decisions or big changes, but that's hard when you can't pass out in the first place. Thoughts of Marina and of Gramps, lots of things changing, and of things staying the same, all brewed together to keep awake, just like coffee is right now. When I got up this morning, the first thing I felt was surprise that I'd managed to fall asleep at all. 3 hours of sleep I got must have snuck up on me. I drained another cup of coffee. Number 4, last one, hot. I dump another few scoops of grounds into the coffee maker and start a new batch. Gotta see the sunrise, which even when I sleep through, out here in the middle of nowhere with no light pollution, the sky was vivid, shards of jagged pink tearing into blue. I nearly dozed off again just watching. Maybe someday I'll get to watch it with Marina. Someday when I wake up early again, and if she manages to get her lazy ass out of bed. Doing well here, Dragoness. Trying to get to the end of this visual novel, which I'm still kind of scratching my head at as to why this thing is getting 96% positive reviews. Lazy but cute. Yesterday's events replay in my mind for the umpteenth time, and with them come the swirl of emotions that feel like a stomach ache and a high both at once. Things finally starting to feel normal between us again. Kissing Marina at the Valley of Fire, her leaning into it, wondering if I should stop, her not letting me, sitting close to her on the couch, not asking any questions, not answering either, wondering if I should hug. It's too early for this. The family ping of the coffee maker tells me I've been zoned out for a few moments now. Smashing my fist into my eyes, I try to rub the sleepiness out of them. Movement from the back of the RV means that I must have woken Marina up. I can hear the sound of her bed creaking and of the covers being thrown back. I feel a strange, nervous elation as she appears in the hallway, looking bed ragged.
Good morning.
She groans like a zombie and stumbles towards me.
Want some coffee?
A stiff head nod. Smiling, I prepare her a cup. It's only half coffee. The other half is a buttload of sugar and creamer that neither Gramps nor I ever drank. I don't even know why we had it, but but it's not expired. When she reaches me, Marina leans into me. Sort of falls, really, crashing against my shoulder.
Hey, careful!
A bit of coffee sloshes out of the mug and onto my hand, but I don't mind. Takes a drink and a couple of small sips. Minor bliss replaces her glazed expression.
Good?
Good.
There's hardly any coffee in it, you know.
Just the way I like it.
I wonder if she had a hard time sleeping like I did, but I'm hesitant to ask. Afraid she'd say no. Afraid she'd say yes. So I just sit down and she takes a spot next to me. We both quietly sip our coffee as she rejoins the land of the living. Once she finishes her first cup, she's alert enough to have a conversation.
Sleep okay?
I figure that's safer than flat out asking.
Yeah, kinda.
Kinda.
I like...
She trails off. Maybe I gave her alertness too much credit.
I forgot what I was just saying.
I laugh and stand up.
Don't worry about it.
She mumbles something incoherent.
What was that?
She clears her throat.
Sorry, I asked if you slept alright.
Took me a while to fall asleep, but after that, yeah.
It's still not strictly a lie. Eyes half closed, Marina smiles thinly.
Good.
I turn around so that she doesn't see how preoccupied I am or guess what's on my mind. Whatever it is that I'm dealing with, it's not her problem. I don't want her to worry about me. The floor creaks as Marina stands up too, but I don't face her.
So, where are we going today?
No idea. We have a few days before the show. Anything you want to see?
Whatever it is, I'll make the trip.
We're not very far from Las Vegas, right?
Not at all. It's just a couple hours.
Let's go there!
Finally, I meet her eyes again. The smile on her face is pure and earnest. And I can't help but return it.
Sure, that sounds like fun.
She hugs me. Her warm figure is pressed close against mine. Smells like my shampoo. I wrap my arms around her and hold her close. Just for a second, everything feels right. Like it's all gonna just work out. And then I realize how badly I want it to. I squeeze tight and then pull away.
What was that for?
Just felt like it.
Worry creases over her face.
Should I not?
Nah, you definitely should. Go get dressed and I'll get us on the road. You cool with waiting to eat until we get there?
Yeah.
Cool. There are a million buffets and exotic restaurants there, so we can find something good.
I like Las Vegas already.
Dork.
I gently push her towards the back of to get ready. She sticks her tongue out over her shoulder and she goes. Watching, I rub my temple before climbing into the front seat. I'm looking forward to this, and I know Marina is too. So why does it feel like I'm doing something wrong? For a long moment, I just pressed my forehead against the steering wheel, not thinking much of anything. The sound of Marina's approaching footsteps make me sit up, and I put on a smile as she hops into her spot. Dragoness says a friend got mad at me, and I tried to ask her why. I tried to ask why. He said he warned me. Never said what I did. This blocked me, so I can't contact. Place you go to gamble. Oh my god, guys. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if I'm just a bum deal. But I feel like I've read way better visual novels, and it just feels like this one is just dragging and dragging and dragging. I hope that all this slow-paced, back and forth, dragging and dragging and dragging and dragging on, I hope it's going to be worth it. Because I'm still baffled as to how this freaking visual novel is getting such high reviews. To me, so far, unless this just ends with the biggest bang ever, this visual novel is about one of the worst visual novels I've ever read. And like I said, I think I've read over about 25 visual novels. And it doesn't have anything to do with, we're talking about, you know, young lesbian love or anything like that. It has nothing to do with it. I'm completely open to that. That's cool. You know, love is love. It's just this visual novel is, I've read so much better that we're so, you know, so less hyped. I don't know. It's like, come on in, just fucking in. Get to your point already, whatever it's going to be. Whether it's going to be a sad goodbye, whether it's going to be they live happily ever after, whether it's going to be they decide to go treasure hunting for around the world for the rest of their days. Whatever it is, just get to the end of this shit. Like, I don't know. Sheesh. So anyway, let's continue, guys. Now they're going to fucking Vegas. I suppose they're gonna figure out, they're gonna find another goddamn treasure book, and we're gonna start this all over for another 20 hours. I don't know. I guess I'm just not getting into this visual novel. I hate to be a bummer, but
Ready?
maybe this visual novel will surprise me. I mean, I've played it this long so far, so we're in for the end of it. But
Yep.
Here we
Alright.
go then.
And we head out towards the highway. Las Vegas appears on the horizon far before we actually reach it. Clusters of generic skyscrapers are interspersed as the world-famous casinos, which come in many shapes and sizes. Now, at least Vegas is pretty cool, so, you know, this will be a little bit more interesting. Some are indistinguishable from the tall banks and offices around them, except for the gaudy logos and signs. Others are constructed to look like a pyramid, or of a Roman palace, or of a medieval castle. There's a distinct clash where some buildings are striking and clean-looking, as if they'd just been completed yesterday. But then then just beside them will be a sad-looking place with painted paint and signs that aren't supposed to be flickering. As we enter the city limits, we're suddenly surrounded by the noise of traffic and the smell of exhaust. Exiting the highway was like crossing the boundary into another world. Let me go back to my preferences and turn this fucking music volume down, since I decided it wanted to increase all by itself. To get ridiculously high. Marina drinks it all in.
Oh, what's that one? The super tall one.
She points through the windshield. Even though it's impossible to follow her finger, I know which one she's talking about.
That's the Stratosphere. I think it's one of the tallest buildings in the country.
Whoa.
That face. We're still miles out, but she already seems to be infatuated with the city. Her eyes are wide, and so is her mouth.
It's even cooler up close.
I never knew cities could be this huge.
I keep forgetting that she's never been out of New Mexico. Sure, there are a couple of decently sized cities there, but nothing this impressive. I'm excited for her to experience all of this for the first time.
Honestly, Las Vegas is kind of on the small side, at least compared to places like New York or Chicago.
Seriously? That's insane. I can't imagine that many people in one place.
What about your house?
She giggles.
That's pretty close.
She reminds me of a puppy straining against its leash as she whips between looking out the windshield and out the passenger side window. So another thing I gotta say, guys, as we go through this visual novel, another thing, the art's fine, but another big gripe that I have with this visual novel right now, and this whole time, the whole time we've been going through it, it's like when they hug each other, for example, or when they hold hands, or when they do anything, we're not seeing it. It doesn't show the art. I feel like it could be much better if they were actually showing the animations or drawings of them hugging each other. or of them looking at each other, or whatever. But all we ever see is the same fucking 6 images over and over and over again. We see her either looking straight, or we see her looking straight ahead, or one of them's turning their head, but it's the same images of these girls over and over and over and over again, whether they're in this motorhome or whether they're out in the freaking desert or whatever, the background. It's the same 6 or 8 images of each girl over and over and over again, and there's never any really unique or customized art made specifically for this visual novel. There's visual novels that have a hell of a lot less hype and not nearly the success that this game has had, that do the artwork a lot better, I feel like. Just another gripe I have to put out there. Anyway, to me, the part of the city that we're in looks like any other downtown area. Once I get to the strip, where all the really famous casinos are located, it'll be different. But first, I have another destination in mind.
So, Mare,
Yeah?
ever heard of the World Carnival Buffet at the Rio?
I don't think so. Should I?
Well, if you like food, it's pretty much the greatest place on Earth.
Listen, so now we're going to talk for 45 minutes about this fucking stupid goddamn
They have, like,
all-you-can-eat
everything
buffet.
imaginable to eat. And lots of stuff that you can't imagine either.
Somehow our eyes get even
I
wider.
want to try it all.
Pretty sure you'll change your mind when you see some of it. But that's the spirit.
Are we going there now?
Hell yeah, we are. I'm starving.
Me too.
Guys, I'm just shaking my head right now. He grabs my free hand, the one that isn't on the steering wheel. My heart leaps into my throat. You've already held hands. What's so exciting about holding her hand for the fucking 5th time in the past hour? Oh my god, man. Get on with it. I'm starting to get super fucking annoyed with this boring ass fucking visual novel. I'm getting pissed. I smile back, but then face forward. Let's take 12 fucking minutes to make some eye contact and describe it in the most basic fucking words. I'm getting annoyed, guys. Our hands, I know I'm ruining this whole fucking story, but it's just getting to the point of, I don't know. Alright, chill out, Zax. Read the rest of the story, goddamn. Our hands hang limply between our seats. It isn't long before our palms are moist with sweat. Who cares whose sweat it is? Shut up! Her hand is so soft. Okay, fine. It's got lotion on it. It feels like lotion, like a baby's. Great. It makes me a little self-conscious of my chewed finger. Shut the fuck up. Come on.
Is this okay?
Huh?
Oh my god.
Is what?
He raises our linked hands.
This. You just seemed kinda... like, I mean, I can not if you...
No, it's fine. Seriously.
I'm talking louder than I need to, flustered as I try to... It doesn't sound... So she doesn't look convinced.
Okay, sorry, I'm still... You know, not...
It's fine. You're fine, really. I'm the one who should be sorry. I'm not usually this weird in a relationship.
This is so fucking awkward.
Not like that. I just mean...
A blaring honk from behind reminds me that I'm sitting stopped at a green light. The middle of traffic isn't the best place for this conversation. A boring ass fucking conversation. Well, I didn't mean to hold your hand. I'm sorry if you feel that. Shut the fuck up. Just hold her hand if you want
again.
to. Who cares?
I just have a lot on my mind.
Oh my
because
god.
I like you. I really do. You know that really freaking well by now.
All this awkwardness for the last 2 hours of the fucking visual novel for her to say that. There it is, guys. Now we're finally getting somewhere. Do it again.
Sorry, again. I just have a lot on my mind. Because I like you. I really do. You know that really freaking well by now.
I really like you. Oh my god. She smiles, though she's still looking down, and our hands are still together. And this is such an awkward time and place to be talking about this.
So it's my bad if I'm being weird or whatever. But being with a girl I met on the side of the road is a new one. Even for me, you know?
I mean, I like the art. The art's fine. Finally, she laughed.
Yeah, I guess it's a little weird.
I feel like I can still hear a slight quiver in her voice, but I might be imagining it. So I squeeze her hand tightly. Immediately, she squeezes back. I only have a vague idea of the direction I need to be driving. Fortunately, it isn't too long until the Rio comes into view, looming large a few miles away. We pull into the parking lot near the back, where the only open spaces are left. It's pleasantly warm outside. I've heard stories of people's shoes melting on the asphalt during the summer, but for now the weather's just perfect. As we cross through the parking lot towards the casino, Marina takes my hand yet again. I can feel my heart rate accelerate, but I squeeze her fingers all the same. At the first few steps inside are sensory overload, a million different sounds, and a billion different lights all pour from the sea of slot machines. Even at lunchtime on a Thursday, the majority are occupied. Both take a second, frozen in place, to try and process it all. This isn't even my first time in a casino, but I'm overwhelmed just like Marina is. I can see the reflections of a game in her eyes, like a cartoon character thinking of money.
Whoa.
I just hope all this is worth it. I hope the ending is phenomenal.
Yeah, whoa.
Is this one of the most popular casinos?
Not even close. Like, it's big, but it's not the biggest.
Whoa.
Tug her
Come
forward.
on, we'll have tons of time to gawk with food in our stomachs.
Mention of food steadies her steps. Giant overhead signs direct us to the buffet. Must be visible for me to... Okay, so we get to fucking listen to them eat for the fucking 20th time this visual novel for fucking rhyme or reason. Alright, I don't care. I don't fucking care. Yeah, you know you're hungry. That's fine. Yeah, Marina hops up and down, looking over.
Can you see anything?
Barely. It looks like it goes.
Good.
Oh, no, never. Yep, there's a lot of food around. Got it. Grab a plate.
Meet you in the dining room?
Yep. Sorry, guys. I'm just fucking ruining all this. I'm just trying to get to the fucking point of this goddamn visual novel. I don't fucking need to read goddamn 92-word fucking sentences about goddamn buffet food. Shut up already.
Wow.
When in Rome.
Marina bumps my shoulder as she gets situated. I send a forkful of potatoes into her lap. So now they're fucking food fighting.
Oops, my bad.
Retaliation, I spear a bite of my chicken from her plate, swimming in some Asian sauce.
No fear!
It's double fare.
That doesn't even make sense.
After that, she finally gets to take her first bite, and she melts, and just like me, her eyes roll back into her head while she chews. Right, because buffet food is so amazingly good that your eyes are going to roll back in the back of your head. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't even remember what this is, but it's amazing.
Right. She scoops up another forkful that looks like it's some kind of barbecue brisket and holds it towards me.
Try it.
Of my mouth, and she guides the fork in, and I pull back to chew. It's a nice smoky flavor.
That is good.
I have orgasms from how good the brisket is. Brisket is
Right?
good.
I almost want to go get a whole plate of just that.
Can't deny how good brisket can be. I don't know how good it would be in a fucking buffet, but
Wait, never mind. This is even better.
there's this distinct lack of vegetables on both of her plates, but she seems to enjoy everything she's got. Right?
Did you get any of this?
Okay,
okay.
we're gonna keep going, guys. It's fucking ridiculous.
That was literally the best thing I've ever...
You've said that like 20 times.
Exactly.
I mean
you
it
said
this...
Now that doesn't make any sense.
It makes...
Gramps, not because they're... Although,
Come
I used to,
on.
he would always...
Gross.
Don't. Marina. I'm just...
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Round
Could you
two?
imagine if I was actually reading all this
Yes.
bullshit?
Thank you for...
So are you ready to go?
Oh, sure.
Just leave...
How is this fucking visual novel getting such good reviews? This is some of the most
you
boring,
alright?
awkward, tedious
Yeah,
shit ever.
sorry.
Oh,
Fuck it, I've been going through over 9 hours of this shit now. I'm wondering what the hell's wrong with me to sit through this fucking visual novel for 9 hours just because it's got 96% positive reviews. Oh, so now we're gonna read about them exploring Vegas. Can we get to the point of this whole visual novel? Yeah, Vegas has toy stores, you know, all kinds.
let's go.
We got casinos, we got
if
places
you want
to eat.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Got sporting events, yep. They're holding hands again. Fucking talk for fucking 45 minutes about how their hands feel against each
Why a
other.
coyote?
I thought.
That it?
Hey,
Yeah.
come on.
That Yellowstone.
What else do they?
All kinds.
And they just.
Yeah.
What about the?
There are spots.
I want
Isn't
to.
this
take you
great,
to-
guys?
Really?
Yeah.
You guys loving this? I'm trying to make this not another 3-hour fucking episode. Just saying.
No.
Amber. This has been on my bucket list for years. It's happening.
What has? Getting ripped off by a street artist?
Having someone draw me.
We're having somebody draw her now.
Hello, ladies.
Hi there. We were interested in having our portrait drawn.
We weren't. You were. But I don't protest. I've resigned myself to going along with her wherever she wanted.
Perfect.
He frames us with his fingers, like he's gonna
You
take a
girls
picture.
stand right there and get comfy. We'll do you two in color. How's that sound?
Great.
I just grimace. Like me actually playing this, like I'm grimacing playing this fucking visual novel. 96% positive reviews, huh?
Go ahead and scrunch together now.
And we're not talking like 50 reviews, guys. We're talking, I don't even know, like well over 1,000 reviews.
Closer. Closer. Ah, perfect.
And see, that's the thing. They don't change their look or anything like that. It just, see what I mean? It's the same pose, guys.
Closer.
It's the exact same image. They just move them closer together as a sun. That's some kind of fantastic. They got a background image for Vegas and it's fine, but these are the exact same images of them over and over. And as they get closer, you don't see them put their arms around each other or anything like that. They just move the same images closer and closer together. Like that's some kind of epic art.
Closer.
No, it's fucking lazy. Their expressions don't change. Nothing.
Closer.
You know what I mean? There's nothing that impressive about this visual novel. Once Marina starts to ask something, he waves his hand without
Quiet.
looking up.
If you move, you'll mess it all up.
Shuts up. I can feel her jaw snap shut once it's smooshed against my own. 15 minutes pass. My mouth is starting to get sore. I didn't have any guesses as to how long he would take, but it's starting to get annoying. It's starting to get annoying, huh? Now you know how I feel, bitch. Yeah, you're talking about 15 minutes of this is annoying? How about 9 fucking hours, Amber? You're annoyed for 15 minutes of somebody drawing your picture? How about the annoyance of 9 fucking hours of sitting through this awkward, lame, shit visual novel to try to get to the end of it, to try to figure out why 96% of the people are saying this is the most epic fucking visual novel ever? How about that, Amber? Oh, man. The corner of my eye, I notice a couple of glances that we get. We probably don't look especially out of place, but like hapless tourists that get conned into something. I guess we are to an extent. Didn't mind, except that we look ridiculous being stuck together like near Siamese twins. Our artist draws with long, swift strokes. Though I can't see what he's doing, he appears to be confident. Hopefully the result is worth the discomfort. That's what I'm hoping for. See, that was it there right there, guys. That's exactly what I'm hoping for with this visual novel. Hopefully the result is worth the discomfort and the awkwardness of playing this fucking visual novel for 9 hours now. The salt is real. The dragoness says. And for 30 bucks. Hey, this game's 13 bucks. I'm nearly at my breaking point. Hey, you're nearly at your breaking point too. Hey, that makes two of us. When he finally leans back and sets his pencils aside. Maybe we're getting somewhere here.
Done.
Marina pulls away from me instantly, leaving a damp spot of shared sweat on my face. I rub at it as I follow her more slowly, see the results. Lauren says, we're entertaining ourselves in the comments here, Zax, don't worry. As she cranes around the easel to look, I watch her expression go from excited to overjoyed. Her smile widens into a grin as she grasps the drawing in her hands. She's had that same look about every fucking thing for this whole visual novel.
Amber, look! It's us!
That's pretty funny. I don't think I've ever seen Amber's boobs look nearly that big. That's a little ridiculous, but I like the facial expression there. That's pretty funny. That's actually pretty cute right there. This is just stupid looking. Just saying. It's us. The first thing I notice is my boobs. They're a lot larger than in real life. Exactly. He drew their boobs fucking way too big. Same with Marina's, kinda. Other than that, the drawing is cartoony and more recognizable, but our features are exaggerated. Marina's eyes are almost comically huge. In contrast, the buildings behind us in the drawing are sharply defined and realistic. Clutching the paper to her chest, Marina sighs a contented smile.
Thank you so much!
The artist wipes his sweaty palms on his shorts as he stands.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
And he looks at me expectantly. Oh, he wants money. So I pull out my wallet and pass him a pair of wrinkled bills. I pass it to him with a nod.
Y'all have a lovely day now.
With that, he slouches down against and pulls a cheap-looking paperback novel. The drawing is still close to Marina's chest, like a priceless artifact. Every few seconds, she holds it away from her and grins as she looks at it. That makes it worth the cost. Finally, Marina rolls up the drawing like a scroll and tucks it under her arm for safekeeping. Hell, I can't imagine why she wouldn't have just folded it, you know, in a little square and put it in her back pocket.
We should split up for a little bit.
It's split up for a little bit? It's a little bit weird, isn't it?
What?
Yeah. She's like, what? I can't help but yelp. That was the last thing I was expecting. Yeah, it was the last thing I was expecting to hear too. How when a game gets self-aware. Yeah, right, Dragoness. Some artists like to draw big boobs. Yeah, for sure.
Not for long. There's just something I want to do. And you can't be there.
Why not?
Shuffling in place, Marina looks away.
'Cause it's a surprise.
Mare, no. This isn't some small town. This is Las Vegas. What if you get lost? Or some creeper tries to mess with you?
It'll be fine, Amber. There's like 1 million people on this street.
Yeah, so? That doesn't mean anything.
I mean it. It'll be fine.
It's probably okay if it's daylight. If it's night, Vegas would be kind of dangerous, yeah. There's a fire in her voice that takes me by surprise. There's even a small spark in her eyes, like she's angry. My frown deepens.
Seriously, it's nothing bad, I promise. I just want to do something, but it's a surprise for you, so you can't be there.
Her face softens.
Please, it'll only be a couple hours.
Marina, I don't know.
All of the cities to split up in, this is one of the worst. Not only do we have a way to, we do not have a way to contact each other if needed, but the people aren't the sort that you can trust. She's right, it is a bad city to split up in. If I leave her on her own, there's a good chance I'll never see her again. But the way she stands there, hands on her hips, looking determined, makes me not want to argue. I sigh.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean it. Just give me like 3 hours.
Now she says 3 hours.
That's a long time.
You think? I tried to keep it short.
In 3 hours, she could be snatched into somebody's car and well into Arizona or California or halfway to Reno. It's irresponsible of me to let her go. But I could tell by looking at her that I don't have a choice.
Okay, fine. But can you at least stay on the street? It's a straight shot back to the Rio where we're parked, and so it'd be harder to get lost.
Marina nods fast.
That's fine. I heard he saw where I need to go. But you're not allowed to watch, okay?
Yeah. I'll probably just go back to the car anyway.
Now she frowns.
Isn't there anything you want to see?
Not without you.
Aww.
Aw, Amber.
She kicks at the ground.
I guess we don't have to...
No, go on.
What?
Just be safe, okay? Don't do anything silly. I guess it'll be fun for a couple hours.
She takes the drawing in one hand and then hugs me tight. Then Marina leans up and kisses me on the lips. She pulls away before I can get into it.
Okay, I'll see you in a while then.
Right.
Stand there, neither of us moving. I sigh again and then trudge back down the road. I glance back every few steps, but she doesn't move. Instead, she watches me and waves. Probably making sure that I keep good on my promise to not follow her. As tempting as it is, I let her go for now. 3 hours can't be that hard, right? Turns out I was wrong. 2 hours are agony. I wander from store to store, stepping in without actually caring what to sell. The first is a vegan restaurant. I don't try any samples. And, just next door is some fetish soup, which is with its windows covered. All the lights inside are colored, mostly red or sometimes violet. Girl behind the counter, pale-skinned and with an artificially black hair, gives me a smile that I return, but I don't stick around. I don't even know what I'm doing. Going through the motions of being a tourist, I guess. Technically, I'm exploring Las Vegas. Tomorrow, I'm sure I won't be able to remember a single detail of these shops. Up ahead is yet another street vendor. His setup is nearly twice as long as most of the others, and includes large display cases. Looks like it must be a pain to transport. I wander over pretending to be interested. The clerk, Hispanic man with a short goatee, watches me but doesn't say anything, not even a greeting. It's all cell phones and cell phone accessories, chargers, cases, cords, and the like, nothing relevant to me. There's a special discount on prepaid phones and time cards right now, it seems. A half dozen identical posters plaster the wall of the long case. I stare at one of the flyers, though I'm not actually reading it, just imagining if Marina and I had cell phones. It might help at times like this. Times when I'm being ridiculous and clingy like an idiot. Being able to reach her anytime would be nice, but would they get much use? That's when I realize something, and I'm dumbfounded by the simple fact that it's been bothering me since we split up. This is the first time since meeting Marina that I've been on my own, that she isn't just a room away or within shouting distance. Even though it's only been a couple of hours, I suddenly feel profoundly alone. It's pathetic, I know. I'll see her again in less than an hour from now. But the anxiety of separation gets the better of me. It makes me sick as hell, or it makes me sick of all the horrible scenarios that rush into my head again. The ones where something bad is happening to her, and she's not able to call for help. I look at the phones in the case. I never had one, so I'm not very knowledgeable. They look cheap, clumsy. Yeah, have a good one, Dragonus. I try to find a brand name, but it wouldn't mean much to me if I could. The only names I'd be familiar with are those with massive companies who make everything, not just phones. Like Samsung, for example. The ones whose merchandise costs hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. I think Marina had a Heisei. I heard they're pretty good. Then again, I've also heard about shady stuff with them suddenly replacing all their production workers with robots. Gramps said this is the sort of thing that would be part of the new world order. Doesn't matter though. It's tempting, but there isn't much point. It's just a week, less now, a Coachella will be over. And after that, well, phone gives us a way to stay in touch. Once I spin around and walk away in a hurry, feeling suddenly sick again. I must have looked like a lunatic coming up, standing still, and then freaking out and leaving. Maybe that's why the guy didn't say anything. I just looked like another insane junkie. I picture some tweaker stepping out of an alley towards Marina, who, of course, wouldn't even notice, and I shove those thoughts out of my head. 1 hour. Just one more hour to chill. I need to tell myself for the 1000th time. Across the street from the phone card says a bright green sign for a candy store. One of those places that has the Florida ceiling bins of gummies. That sell by the pound, and the sell by the pound. I half expect Marina to be in there myself. Getting her a surprise bag of sugar might be a good way to try and make up for being weird. Until the next time I act weird, that is. Oh, Laurent was leaving. Oh, okay, my bad. Laurent was leaving. Okay, my bad. Dragoness is still here. Is that how my mom feels when I'm home a bit later? I'm still here. I am an annoyance. Get rid of. Just kidding. No, you're not, Dragoness. Alright guys, it's starting to get a little bit better here. I just hope this ends good because this has been a long visual novel. See what happens. I do kind of wonder where she went. The doors have an outline and handles that are the same lime green as the sign. Step inside, I see that the walls are too. I'm reminded of the slime from those old shows I used to watch on TV. That would be sprayed onto the audience or cast members. Not the most appetizing impression. Selection is good though. Like I expected, there are a lot more varieties of candy than I've ever seen in a single place. Pictures. Several different types of plastic bag that you can fill, ranging from I'm on a diet to garbage bag sizes. I grab a medium-sized one. And then I realize I don't know what to get from Marina. Definitely chocolates, but with or without nuts. I can't remember if I've ever heard an opinion. I try to recall what she's gotten at gas stations along our trip, but I never paid that much attention. Maybe I should go for a mixture of both. But then, what if she's allergic to something? It probably would never have come up, but we always eat out and order for ourselves. I don't want to give her a 3-pound snack of allophilic shock, exactly. Gummies then. Those might be safe. There are more types of gummy candies than I ever thought existed. Different flavored rings, candy shaped like the fruits they taste like, and other things like chewy soda bottles. Just a moment, I wonder about which ones I should pick. I think I remember her saying she loves raspberry, or was it strawberry? But I think she's gotten strawberry soda before, not that that means it. This is a gift, so I want it to be perfect, not a bag full of things she dislikes. And then I remember, Marina likes pretty much everything. Elated to that simplicity, I dump a small scoop of just about every sort of gummy that they sell. For good measure, I add a second, smaller bag, fill it with some chocolate balls, caramel clusters, and plain old chocolate chunks. Safe options. I haul the 2 bags over to the counter. Just one attendant, she's currently ringing up a mother with her sons. The kids dart around their mom's legs, rattling displays and knocking off items off the shelf. No one makes them stop or fix their mess. I hate that. One of the kids stares up at me, and I frown at him. Stops running and hides behind his mom's legs. Good. I agree, good. When they leave, the kid is still clinging to her like a bear cub. I set my bags up on the counter and kneel down to replace some of these spilled items. As I do that, the shopkeeper comes around front, nearly bumping into me.
Oh, you don't have to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I look up directly into her knees. I straighten up and we're suddenly way too close. Stumbling backwards, I grab the counter to support myself. She laughs, eyes crinkling. Cute. Her tan skin is complemented by the bright red uniform that she wears. A little name tag on the counter says her name, Cassie.
You know, there's a special going on right now.
Oh yeah?
Back, a postcard sits by the credit card machine. Hands me one.
If you buy 10 more bags, you get one for free.
I try to imagine how much candy that would be. You'd need a wheelbarrow to haul it all out. Cassie laughs, probably at my expression.
Yeah, we haven't had many people spring for that one.
The person I'm buying this stuff for probably would, if she was here. This'll probably be gone by tonight.
I gesture at the bags still sitting on the scale.
Oh, shopping for your sister, or?
Nah, my girlfriend.
I try out the world, seeing how it sounds in relation to Marina. He called her girlfriend to somebody else that's even cute. That's pretty impressive. As expected, it makes my heart skip a beat. During that beat, I feel like I see the shopkeeper's face fall, just for a second.
Yeah, lucky girl.
Thanks.
I don't know if she means because of the candy or because of me. After ringing up my bag, she dumps them into an even larger bag. But I guess it makes them easier to carry. Passes me the candy as well as the receipt.
Have a good day. Try the peach rings. They're my favorite.
I will. Have a nice day too.
Girl waves as I leave the store. Outside, I check the receipt since I really wasn't listening to the total. It looks like she didn't charge me for the smaller bag. Oh wow, how nice. I glance back inside, but she's disappeared into the back room. I guess that answers my earlier question. Flattered, I head back to the Rio where we're parked. It's not long until I'm supposed to meet Rena, and if I spend too long outside, her present will melt. Chocolate. Zaxie, my kitten, knows I'm not okay. She won't stop purring on my chest. Aw, cries. Not doing okay. I don't want to talk about it or anything. Well, that's nice. Walking back to the casino where we parked is way faster than leaving it was. It's probably because I'm still missing the human pinball, so I'm not held up every time we pass a shop. I say that, but of course I'm eager to see her again. In some parallel universe where I hadn't met Marina, I might have stuck around at the candy store to chat for a longer time. But unfortunately for Cassie, I already have someone. The parking lot at the Rio has filled up even more. Getting out of here is going to be a pain. There wasn't a whole lot of room to begin with. I make my way to the RV and let myself in. It feels like an oven, and the first thing I do is turn on the AC. I set the bags of candy down on the bed to inspect them. As I feared, the chocolate is slightly melted, streaking brown against the clear black plastic. Not too bad though. A couple hours in the fridge should have it good as new. I leave the gummies on the counter since they didn't suffer as much on the walk back. Marina and I are supposed to meet up in about a half an hour. Since it's so soon, I might as well just wait in here where it's more comfortable. I lay down on my bed and try to read that book Marina's been sucked into for a few days, but I can't stay focused on the words long enough to process it. It doesn't take long before I give up and set it aside. Now I just stare up at the ceiling. I used to do this most nights when I couldn't sleep. After Gramps passed, but before I met Marina. It wasn't that it comforted me or anything, but the amount of effort it took to not think of anything usually led to me falling asleep without realizing. Instead, this time I let my thoughts wander. Sleeping has been easier lately, actually doing something during the day, and getting exercise, that helps a lot. But also my thoughts have been less cloudy, less muddled. Sure, there are still moments where I think of Gramps and the pain hits me again. Having Marina makes those rare. You have 2 birds, a dragoness? Oh. Diane says, I have Simba, Nayla, Tiger, Yoda, Hydrate, Crystal, Cannonball, and I like the cat's names, Diane. Yeah, they are really pretty. Dragoness is great. Someday I might be able to think of him without it hurting, Grandpa. I don't know if I want that though. Isn't that just like forgetting? People say that you move on and get over deaths, but what does that mean for the person you lost? I roll onto my side and stare at the picture of me and Gramps hanging on the wall. I can't take it. I roll onto the other side. Groaning into my pillow is cathartic. Without Marina here, I can be as loud as I want. To my surprise, no tears come. Anyone walking by outside would probably think I'm dying or in pain, but I don't even care. Alone time has its upsides after all. Grieving is complicated and exhausting. Sometimes I wonder if I'm even doing it right. There must be something wrong with me, and I don't even want to get over it. Like I don't even want to get over Grandpa. I sit up, still hugging the pillow to my chest. Marina will be back soon. Maybe I can talk to her about this. As I think that, I feel a stab of guilt. Not her problem. It's something that I have to deal with myself. I force myself up and over to the driver's seat. I'm not going anywhere, but I can listen to music and watch from a turn. Pick in a tape and kick back. A few songs pass by. It's been 20 minutes or so. I start to scan the parking lot, looking for her familiar red hair. Tape ends. That's okay, it was a short one. I replace it with another one, chosen at random. Still, no sign of Marina. I get up and check the clock. She's about 10 minutes late now. Maybe the clock is off somehow. I hop out of the RV and ask someone for the time. It matches up exactly with what the clock said. Worry begins to tighten my stomach, but I force myself to calm down. Marina, and it's only been 15 minutes. Most likely she got distracted and is on her way right now. 5 more minutes pass. I begin to pace back and forth. Did I go look for her? I have no idea where to start though. And if she got into the RV and wasn't there, then she might go looking for me instead. No, I have to stay and just wait. Another 10 minutes. She's half an hour late now. So I'm buying us. I'm so buying us cell phones. As soon as she's back, we're going to that guy on the street and we're getting prepaid phones. From the few streets away, I can hear the sound of a siren, a fire truck, or ambulance or something. The knot in my throat feels larger. I cough just to relieve some of the tension. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, guys. Is this the big climatic ending that we were waiting for? Has something happened with Marina? Now she's waiting for her, and all of a sudden we hear sirens as she's about 30 minutes late. This is not good. I have to go look. I can't take just sitting here. I switch off the engine, throw my shoes on, and climb out. And then I see her, head down, walking slow, coming towards me.
Marina!
The relief in my voice probably conveys the panic that just drained out of me. She looks up at the sound of her name, and that's when I see that she's crying.
What's wrong?
Uh-oh. I rush over.
What's wrong?
Alarm poisons my voice. Did something happen to her after all? I put my hands on her shoulders and shake her gently.
Marina, talk to me. What happened? Are you okay?
She still can't talk, but she nods. Thank God. There are no sobs, but her eyes are pouring tears. Every so often she hiccups, but she's barely restraining herself from fully falling.
Come on!
I take her hand and lead her back to the RV. No one gives us a second glance. This is probably a common occurrence here. Marina silently follows me into the RV. I lead her to my bed and have to sit down. I sit beside her. Alternating between rubbing her back and her shoulders, I try to get her to calm down. Slowly, her breathing slows to normal. When I offer her a tissue, she blows her nose loudly. Then she takes a few more to wipe her tears. Rather than prod her more, I wait, even though it takes all my self-control. After a shuddery breath, she looks at me, eyes still watering.
I messed up, Amber.
Messed up, Amber. How did she do?
Bad. How?
Her breath catches again, and she sobs. It's forced and seems to take her by surprise. I immediately rub her shoulders again. And then there's a knock at the RV door. Uh-oh.
What the hell?
I stand up, but I can't see who it is from here.
I'll be right back.
I unlock the front door and open it to an all too familiar face.
It's time to pay up!
Oh no, not this bitch again. I shut the door. Before it's even fully latched, Mariah starts to pound on the door. I lock it and head back to Marina.
Let them in.
Huh?
Go let them in. It's Mariah, right?
Yeah, but how did you... Wait, does this have something to do with...
Marina nods. With a bad feeling about it all, I go back to the door, which is still suffering Mariah's assault. I open it up and step back so they can enter. Mariah storms in with a huff, acting like always, like she owns the place. Joseph and Tess file in after her. Joseph gives me a smile and a small shake of the head.
Sorry.
He says it so quietly that I don't think anyone else hears. I figure I'll find out why he's apologizing here in a second. Like a conqueror, Mariah marches over to Marina and jabs a finger in her face.
Time to pay up, ditz!
But in 2 large steps, I move between the two of them.
Okay, what the hell happened?
Didn't you hear?
I was about to, when you attacked my front door.
Well, allow me to deliver the bad news then.
Sis stole Marina's gold.
Uh-oh.
What? Did not!
It's impossible to figure anything out. Marina is crying too hard to talk, and Mariah is just yelling nonsense like always. I turn to Joe, who's keeping a safe distance along with Tess.
Can you please explain?
Sure. Mare ended up making Marina a bet for all the gold, which she lost. It was a pretty silly thing, and I told her just to let it go, but here we are.
I'm equal parts amused and disgusted that Joseph uses the same nickname for Mariah as I use for Marina. Come to think of it, I'm not sure if I ever noticed how similar their names are.
A bet's a bet, and she lost fair and square.
I don't think it was fair.
The odds were kinda in your favor.
I turn to Marina, the only person whose opinion really matters to me.
Was it fair?
Slowly, she nods.
What game did you play?
Poker.
Poker. I glare at Mariah, who at least has the shame to look away. Anyone who spent more than a minute around Marina would know there's no way she could keep a straight face. True. I sigh and sit down on the bed beside Marina. I wrap an arm around her. She leans into me, eyes moist.
You know you can only take half the treasure, right? Marina and I split it equally, so she couldn't bet away my half.
That wasn't the deal!
That's the only deal she could have made. But I'll bet you my half against hers.
Amber, no!
I squeeze her affectionately, but shake my head.
It's fine.
I stand and go to where she's been stashing the gold. I pull out the box of nuggets and open it so Mariah can see. Her eyes light up and she licks her lips. I snap the back of the box shut.
Fine, but we're not playing poker.
Oh yeah? What game then?
She thinks about it for a moment.
Blackjack.
Seriously, blackjack is more about luck than it is skill. I'm not great at poker though, so blackjack might be the most fair game we could play. I wonder why Mariah suggested it though. Maybe she expects me to win at poker. If that's the case, then the mind games have already begun.
Fine. It's a bet.
Marina stopped crying, her breath still comes in little spurts, but she's mostly in control of herself. Tugs at my shirt.
Amber, really? You don't have to do this. I screwed up.
It's okay. I'll fix it. That's what I'm here for, right?
I can't read the look on her face, the only one that vanishes after a split second.
Okay.
Facing Mariah again, I put the gold away.
Where will we play? There's not enough room here.
There's a casino close by. Down the street from this one. We can do it there.
I'm not old enough to gamble. Not legally, at least.
She shrugs.
Doesn't matter, this place won't check your ID. Probably gonna be closed within a year.
I don't like the sounds of that. I can feel like I'm being set up.
It's true. It's where we played.
Really?
Yeah, they had like party rooms that were empty. We just used one of those.
I've never heard of anything like this place, but if they let Marina in, then they'll probably let me in as well. I'd also better be playing cards that I know Mariah hasn't messed with.
Fine. Tell me how to get there, and I'll meet you in a little bit.
It gives me directions as well as the name of the building. Worst case, Marina could probably help find it. Maybe. I count out Marina's half of the gold and put it in one of the boxes before handing it to Mariah. Snatches it from my grip.
Enjoy, because this is the only time you'll get to touch the treasure.
Oh. With a final sneer, Mariah leads her troop out of the RV. Joseph still looks pretty sorry about the whole thing. The door slams shut and we're left in silence. I look at Marina. She looks at the floor.
I'm really sorry.
I'm not even that upset. Compared to all the 1,000,001 awful scenarios I could have contorted, this is pretty tame. And knowing Marina, it's not all that shocking either. So I'm being honest when I smile at her.
It's okay, really. I'll go win back your gold, and then we can get out of Vegas.
She sniffles.
Seriously, though, what were you thinking?
I was just so surprised to see them here. I thought it must be fate or something. I was shopping around and I saw something that I really wanted, but I didn't have enough money. And then I saw the three of them at this little diner, so I went in to say hello and told them all about it.
What was it you wanted to buy?
That's a secret. I wanted to show it to you. But anyway, then Mariah made me that bet and I don't know, Amber. I guess I just got so excited about it that I didn't really think. Like, if you'd been there, you would have beat her no problem. I don't even think she's very good at poker. It's just that I'm kind of bad at hiding how I feel.
I can't help but laugh.
No way. You're kidding me.
She sticks her tongue out at me. I guess she's feeling a little bit better.
Really, though, what if you lose to Mariah?
Then I lose. It won't happen, though.
Are you good at blackjack?
A lot of it's luck. There's stuff you can memorize, like card combos, but I don't know any of that.
What if Mariah does?
I doubt it. She would have played that against you if she did. Easier to make it seem like you just got unlucky, instead of her taking advantage of you.
She didn't take...
Bullshit, Mare. She might not have cheated, but she still should have known better.
Marina frowns and she looks at the floor again. I can't tell if I'm helping or not. Then I remember the candy I bought her earlier. It had totally slipped from my mind over the last hour.
Oh yeah, I got you something. To try to say sorry for being so weird lately. Even though I've already said that too.
I grabbed the bag of chocolates from the fridge and the gummies from above it. Eyes wide, Marina holds them to her like babies.
Amber,
Her eyes start to water again.
thank you so much.
Hey, no more crying. This wasn't supposed to make you cry.
Right? She giggles, but that doesn't stop 2 tears from running down her face.
Sorry, I'm crying a lot.
Kinda, yeah.
Marina laughs again. She unties the gummy bag and digs around in it.
The chocolates got a little melted on the walk back, but they've been in the fridge.
They look just fine to me.
She pulls out a few gummy soda bottles and then offers me the bag. I don't want to take too much, but I do find one of the peach rings the cashier recommended. It really is really good, sweet, but in a mild way. It actually tastes like...
Are you ready to go?
Marina spins the bag, twists it, and then ties the top.
Yeah.
I vaguely know where the casino Mariah mentioned is located. We passed it earlier today, but I didn't pay much attention to it. As we load out the RV, Marina's dragging her feet.
Do you want to wait here? I can just go take care of this and then come back.
No way! I don't want to split up again.
Hey, Kurumi. When a new person comes into the chat and reads about slapping chickens, awkward. I know, right, Dan? How you doing, Kurumi? After I look up, I take her hand. I'm in the lead this time. The walk isn't as slow. With the evening approaching, the temperature is going to go down. At the same time, traffic is starting to build up. In a few hours, it'll look like an entirely different city here. All the lights come on. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start skipping through some of this shit again, guys, because this is getting really annoying.
This the place?
Yeah, this is it.
Step inside. I can see why Marina said the place might be closed soon. It's pretty clean looking. There's hardly anyone here. A couple people occupy slot machines away from each other. Pretty empty. Well, those three and the trio, Mariah and her posse, are seated at semicircular couch. It had an identical couch from the circle around the card table. No greetings are exchanged as Mariah and I take our places across from them. The old deck of cards sits on the table. It's got gaudy Las Vegas landmarks and logos all over it, but at least it's legit.
Should we ask that guy to come deal for us?
Hell no! The only reason they don't check ID is because they don't care.
Okay.
If you attract any attention, they'll throw you out.
Okay, so who will?
Tess can.
Tess can be the dealer. Tess nods.
Really? No offense, but does she even know how?
Of course she knows how. She's not an idiot. And before you get any ideas, she's more likely to help you cheat than help me.
True. Probably true.
Just ask.
Alright, that works for me.
Because if two underage girls are going to play, then why not have a 10-year-old deal the cards? I know, right? Mariah slips open the plastic wrap on the deck and then hands it to Tess. The little girl takes out the instructional cards of the jokers and then shuffles. I have to say, I'm impressed. She creates a bridge with the cards that's way wider than I could ever do. Or way tighter than I could ever do. Shuffling the cards. So she's a good card shuffler, she is. Mechanical even.
So there are 16 pieces total. We'll go piece by piece, I guess.
Sure.
I mean, that means I'd have a chance. That means I'd have to win 8 hands in a row without Mariah or the dealer winning any to earn back all of the Marina's treasure, and I won't settle for anything less than no. We have a small stack of tokens near us. Each represent a single piece of the treasure.
How does this game work?
Basically, you try to get the cards in your hand to add up to 21, or as close as possible without going over.
Huh?
Whoever's closest wins that round. The dealer can win too. We all get 2 cards. Then, you can stand, which is where you don't take any more cards, or you can hit, which is where you draw another.
That sounds really easy.
I guess. Like I said, it's mostly luck.
Shut up. Time to play.
I flip her off, but I don't argue. It's funny. Jess deals us the first hand. I stand while Mariah hits. I don't expect her to be able to beat my 18, but she lays down a 10, a 3, and a 6. 19. Uh-oh.
Damn.
Jess slides her 2 tokens. The next round, I beat her. 20 beats 13, 22. She busted, okay? I win the next 2 rounds after that, but then the dealer wins and we have to start over. The game drags on for a long time. Joseph has fallen asleep, head lolling backwards over the couch. Even Marina, who has both her honor and money to take here, starting to fidget. And we've been playing for close to an hour. She doesn't complain at all, though. After a while, even Mariah and I are starting to get annoyed. She sighs and shifts irritatedly while I debate what to do. When she takes her time thinking, I fight down the urge to say something snarky, hurry her along. Once Tess wins again, and we're staring at 3 pieces each, Mariah wipes her palms and clears her throat.
This is taking forever.
Yep.
Yep. But if you're saying we just call it here, the answer is no.
No. But let's just go all or nothing. One final hand.
There
Then
you go.
you won't be able to say I cheated or took advantage of anyone, and I can finally relax with my treasure.
Ooh, I think about it. One more hand, huh? The odds are probably better than if we sit here all night. Maybe. I'm not good enough to calculate. It would be possible that we're here until the festival comes around, but if we kept going back and forth like this. I look over Marina, whose interest has been piqued again.
What do you think?
She gives it a long thought, her face betraying nothing.
I have no idea.
Right then,
Fine. All or nothing.
Mariah nods, satisfied.
Deal 'em, kid.
Tess passes out her cards. Uh-oh, what do we got? I pick mine up, holding them so only Marina can see. Oh, 16, that's not great. 9 and a 7, not awful, but not great. Alright, what does Mariah have, I wonder? I try to gauge some sort of reaction from Mariah, but her face is totally expressionless. No wonder she's been able to beat Okay.
Amber?
I think that's the first time she's ever said my name. Sounds weird coming from her.
I'll stand.
If I were to take a hit and draw another card, there's a pretty good chance that it'd put me over a blackjack. And that would be a loss by default.
Sis?
You're crazy if you hit on 16.
Hit me!
Cass slides her another card, and flips it over the whole card. 4, a grand total of 12. That means we will still beat her at least.
Let's see.
I lay down my cards away from Mariah to do the same. Except she doesn't. She just looks at my cards flat on the table. Face stony, mouth silent. Then she makes a sound of disgust and stands as she flings her 3 cards towards the table. I flip them over to see a 2, 3, 10. Uh-oh. So she had 15, that's going to make 19. Beating my 16.
We win.
Oh, wait a minute, what? We won? How do we win? Wait a minute. She had a 3, a 2, and a 10. He took a hit and got a 4. 3, a 2, and a 10. Ugh. I don't know. 3, a 2, and a 10 would be a fucking 15, and 4 on top of that would be a 19. We win. Say Mariah won.
We win.
Okay, but suddenly somehow they win. That's all I say. Marina looks at me, and then the table, and then back to me, making sure she heard me right.
We did?
Yeah. The total of her hand was closer to 21 than hers was.
Strangely, I don't even feel excited. Not even about the victory, which is nice. Or the fact that it never came over Mariah is nicer. I just feel relieved. Marina squeals, then explodes towards me, half leaping, half tackling me in a hug as I nearly fall off the couch. She plants a large kiss on my cheek, and then it travels over to my mouth.
Oh God, Amber! I was so worried, but oh my God, thank you!
Her praises are dotted with kisses all over my face. Joseph, woken up by the commotion, looks away with a blush. Cass, on the other hand, stares at us, creepily apathetic. I separate myself from Marina and stand up. Mariah has already traveled halfway to the door, not saying anything. Feet. Little wooden box of gold sits abandoned where her arm was. I check and count the pieces of the treasure. They're all there. I start to move towards Mariah to say something, but Joseph plucks his tongue. I stop.
Don't worry about her. She's always like this.
Sorry.
Not sure what else to say. I half shrug, which is hard since Marina still clings to my arm.
Don't be. Better things work out this way. Come on, kiddo.
Okay, that was unnecessary. The whole.
You ladies take care.
You too.
See you later.
Marina tugs on my shirt. When I look at her, she kisses me on the lips again. For the first time today, we stay like that for a long time, not caring about how many stares we might be getting. Though it can't be more than 3. Zax, you can't ignore the chicken slapping forever. Zax, read my chicken slapping fact. Sorry. But my hands are slapping someone across the face. Pain of slapping a chicken. Person comes into it. Didn't read what I said before. Need here. Get a fact about chicken slapping. You can fully cook a 2-pound rotisserie chicken by slapping it at approximately 31 miles per house 24,000 times. 31 times per hour. Not bad at math. I don't word that. When I talked about doing trying it. And strings after slapping someone across the face, so I can't pain is slapping a chicken. Crazy. That's hard to believe that you can. Yeah. That's crazy. Hard to believe. Yeah, exactly. Alright. I feel her lips curve into a smile even before we pull apart.
Seriously, I know I'm always saying thank you and sorry, but I am sorry that I screw up so much.
Don't worry about it. It all worked out, right?
Yeah, but only because you were there. I don't know what I would have done if you weren't.
Well, if I wasn't, then you wouldn't be either, you know?
I mean it as a joke, but she doesn't laugh. She just leans into me.
I know.
Then we kiss again. We must look like perverts just standing in the middle of a casino making out.
You ready to get out of Vegas?
Definitely. But, one thing first.
What's that?
Can we get something to eat?
I was hoping you'd say that. I saw this Chinese place earlier that smelled amazing. Sound good?
Very.
Hand in hand, like always, we leave the casino and make the quick walk to the restaurant I'd come across while waiting for Marina before. All along the strip, more and more lights are coming on. Hard to tell that it's getting much darker out, but because of how much artificial light there is, we get to the restaurant. We're outside on the patio, watching more and more buildings. By the time we're done and back at the RV, Las Vegas has shifted fully from daytime to artificial daytime. Before we buckle in, I pull back all the curtains.
Make sure you get a good spot by the window. You're gonna want to see this.
It starts slowly, just like a few lights in apartment windows coming to life, or lonely streetlights flickering on. I drive slowly as to keep us here longer. Beside me, Marina shifts impatiently but doesn't say anything. By now, she knows I'm being serious. I know she won't be disappointed. As more and more lights flare up across the skyline, I can see Marina shift and get a better view. I smile to myself. This is what I was waiting for. What she was waiting for, even didn't know it. Las Vegas lights up like a forest of Christmas trees, glimmering orange and yellow against the muddy blackness of the sky. Further away from the heart of the city we get, the more its gorgeous sprawl we can see. Soon it's so immense, the entire world seems to be washed with forest color. I ignore the signs that will lead us all the way out of Vegas, and instead cruise along the streets that will let us admire for longer. Marina's head slowly turns with every bend in the road, her gaze magnetically fastened at the city. Skyscrapers zoom by, each one another pillar of light. Casinos, which have gaudier decorations, make an exotic contrast to the mundane office and apartment building. Marina drinks it all in like water. Out here, it's the desert. Light from the window frames her face, and I remember how I thought of her as angelic back before Zion. Now the world is even more fitting because of the way her open-mouthed smile enhances the effect. She catches me watching, and just for a second, that smile is directed at me, and then she turns back to Vegas, just finally starting to recede as we head out of town. Yeah, that was a pretty nice drawing. She's silent until long after it's faded from the rearview mirror. Then she clears her throat and finally looks at me again.
We're going back one day, right?
Sure, if you want.
Good, because we didn't even get to do like a nickel...
Quarter.
A quarter of the super cool stuff we should have done.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like even if I do live like a gross hermit, I know what Vegas has to offer. But I do like seeing her excited. That's always a genuine spark of wonder that's ignited when she is. I might have to do with her lack of experience. But I do like to think the same regardless.
Well, there's this pirate stunt show that looks really cool. I heard about another show with fountains and lights that shoots water way up high in the air and... Oh!
Huh. Spreads her arms far apart and scrunches her face down, giving herself a double chin.
I want to try every single buffet in town.
That's a lofty goal, Marina.
But we're rich now.
I thump her head and squish her down with the palm of my hand.
And we almost lost all of that in a single day. So you should know how easy it is to blow it.
Huh.
Well, I think it would be romantic. We can rent out a hotel room, order a really nice bottle of wine, and just cuddle by the window and look at the lights.
A wistful look gleams in her eyes as she gazes out the window into the vast desert night, sighing like I just stepped out of the royal carriage and swept her off her feet. Never mind the fact that Marina has probably never tried wine in her life and would spit it out the second it touched her lips, but it does sound really nice. Yes, I have some high expectations to live up to. I've always wanted them, but now it feels more official. Now, more than ever, I'm obligated to keep her happy and safe. Those thoughts occupy my mind for an hour or so as we traverse the desert highway. Marina's gone back to staring at the window, barely visible roadside. Past the sign, right off the side of the desert lane, we're pushing 80 as we almost miss it, but I catch a quick glimpse as we go by. Nothing special, just a dusty sheet of aluminum, picture of poppies, and words printed on it. Welcome to California. It's gone before I can even process it. I guess we're in California. Doesn't look like Marina noticed it. Why would she? We passed several state lines and it was never a big deal then. No welcoming party or even a government checkpoint, and then that suits me just fine. She hasn't brought up the surprise anymore either. Whatever it was, probably better just to let her forget about that. That doesn't mean the day is over yet, and that places the places that geezer would have always yacked on about as well might be still on my brain.
Hey, you trust me?
Her head perks up and she turns away from the window, answering without delay.
Of course I do. Why?
Just checking.
That's that. No more questions, just blind trust. I continue driving, eventually branching off into an exit. Another thing I don't think Marina notices. Soon, budding lights start popping up in the distance, typical yellows and whites barely hovering above the road, with one exception. Towering on the horizon, outlined in neon red with digital numbers climbing out towards the sky, is a giant monstrosity of a thermometer. It caps off above the middle, reaching temperatures all the way up to 60 degrees. Finally, it dawns on Marina. Her head twists towards me like an owl. Her eyes just white as one.
Amber, what's going on?
She feigns concern at first, but her voice curls up mid-sentence, unable to smile any longer.
You said you trust me, right?
And I do.
Marina tilts over and rubs her shoulder. I go dead stiff, again feeling the weight, that thrust and responsibility. Driving to town, which as far as I can tell is just one long street. Old beat-up gas stations and fast food joints line the side of the road, separated by an occasional diner. The thermometer is tucked away, hidden in a corner, but it may as well be in the center of the universe, the rest of the world zooming by on the interstate. I pull into the lot by the thermometer, so its only neighbor being a small shack. Sound of the ignition dwindles down to nothing, leaving the RV parked wherever. I'm the first one to get out, craving the street. Stationary concrete, stretch my legs. Wobbling in front of the thermometer, I've locked my hands on my sides, dotting our arrival.
Here we are, the world's tallest thermometer.
Marina steps out of the RV, eyes sparkling, mouth on pain, her face frozen in time. She reaches into the motorhome, pulls out a camera, slight stash shooting from under it, and she winds the camera for the next shot.
I thought you might like it.
The largest thermometer, huh? Smug grin finds a home on my face as I revel in the pride and satisfaction of knowing I did something to smile. Except she's not smiling, she's staring. Not at the thermometer now, but me. Her lifeless gaze cloaked by the dimming headlights of her home.
Marina?
Readying her stand, she pushes her feet off the ground and charges towards me.
If we're doing this, then we're doing it right.
Alright, sounds good, Diane. Hopefully I'm not here too much longer. Too late. Before I can even finish my plea, she swings around my neck and snugly brings me to her side, swooping out the camera and aiming it right at us.
Hey, Amber.
Her fingers inch closer to the button.
Don't do it!
Say...
Jeez. She draws out the word to an excruciating length. I struggle to break free, but she squeezes me tighter.
I'm warning you!
Hey, tease.
It bends up and presses her lips against my cheek. A hold and flash.
Huh.
I stare at the camera, mind blank, my non-reaction drawing out a cute from her. And then it hits me, a thought so mortifying and embarrassing that it shades my skin in pink, a red gradient. She thinks this is cute. At this point, I'm butter, or clay, from Marina's perspective. That's exactly what she treats me as, holding me in two positions, snaps more picture. She's so happy. Before she winds the next photo, I nudge her head with mine. She nudges back, both of us cuddling against each other as she snaps the next picture. Take several more shots, each one a little more gooberish and drenched in cheesy romantic goo than the last. I'd probably die if anyone ever sees these, but with any luck, Marina's constant bouncing will hopefully make it a few more come out this fuzzy. Still, I think I might love this, or like it alive. When we first met, I didn't think I'd ever understand the naive ball of energy just looking for someone to help. In a lot of ways, I still don't. Drove by at such a perfect time. Who even knows what would have happened to her? Thinking about it drives me nuts. Still, those types of things don't seem nearly as big as they used to. Even almost losing the treasure to Mariah was just a sizzling drop to the frying pan. If anything, I'm more upset that I wasn't there to help her when it went down. After all, that's why I'm here, to help and protect her. She makes me so happy. With my hand wrapped around my Marina, I clench her tighter, only for my hand to be met with an horrible, gurgling rumble transmitted to the stomach. Both look down at the source. Her with a bashful sort of terror, me with infused disbelief.
Even after all that food at the buffet?
I can't help it.
You're a bottomless pit. The Marina Trench.
Amber, please. That one wasn't even clever.
I cackle with glee, tossing her the keys to the RV as I walk over to the nearby shack.
I'm just messing with you, babe. Go lock up. We'll grab a bite and sleep here for the night.
The shack is sad and abandoned, the cute logo of the little staff carrying an oversized bun, all the same. I peek inside the browning windows, it's more the same. Rusty and decaying, outlines of tables and booths are imprinted in dust, while the ones built into the walls are just left to rot. There's always just a side thing he mentioned, talking about the thermometer, not being experienced. Everything he mentioned feels wrong. Like I'm not doing right by him.
Looks like that's one more thing I can check off your list.
Marina waltzes into the diner, keeping the door open for me as we scurry in from the breezy entryway. Immediately, she's drawn to the claw machine in the corner, filled to the brim with non-specific and unlicensed stuffed animals. Her eyes glitter as she tries to get me to notice the glass box of wonders, coming from Anyone else, this action would have been subtle, perhaps a few quick glances at most. Coming from Marina, not so much. Instead, she repeatedly swings her head in the direction of the scene, like she's trying to form a giant crescent neck. But I know Marina well enough now, well enough to know exactly which one she wants. Snuggled tight between the furry ball and goofy eyes with a lion per crown and lies the ugly gray wolf with a polka dot bow tie. Unfortunately for her, our waitress is already waving us over with the seats. Marina stares into the glass, her froggy reflection lining up the wall. Now she wants a stupid one of the big dolls or one of those impossible to win machines. I hate those things. Claws and you can't ever win. Ugh. Yeah. Annoying. Take her hand, lead her to the booth. Once there's some distance between us and the waitress. I lower my voice.
Don't worry, I'll give it a whirl after we eat.
Marina, however, can't take a hint and bursts out a response, alerting every soul in the diner.
Whoa, you actually know how to win at those? I've never been any good at them.
A counter line with Jumbo closed, turns around and glares at us. Okay, we're gonna speed through this, guys.
Of course I do. When you eat at the same place,
Wow, you're like a claw god.
damn right.
How much longer is this fucking novel?
Just coffee for me.
What?
He wants a shake?
Amber, you got coffee, right?
Right.
Then that's what I'll get. I'll have the coffee shake.
Okay.
Extra whipped cream.
Coffee shake.
You know that shake isn't gonna.
Yeah, but I at least gotta try it. For your
Why would you choke down a crappy shake for me?
You do everything.
Of course I do. That's my job.
Right. But I want to do things.
So you're ordering the coffee shake as a cosmic favor.
No, not like that. It's silly, but I want to poke around in your mind a little. That way I can do favors and help. So I guess it's not just for your sake, but for both of our sakes.
Smiles and rests her head to the side as if my shoulder to be always. Realizing she's only leaning on air, Marina blinks, then tries to play it off with a teeny cough.
I saw that.
Before I can take my teasing to more exciting places, the waitress returns from the kitchen, barely managing to balance our drinks on the platter as my coffee splashes everywhere. She doesn't seem to care. Places our drinks on the table and limps to her notepad and pen to take our orders.
Thanks, but I'll stick with coffee.
Marina's too distracted by the shake to notice. Her eyes climb up the tower. Okay.
Snap to.
Oh,
Before.
I know.
You didn't have a.
I gotta get to the end of this, guys. This is fucking ridiculous.
Why do you have to? Fine.
Goddamn visual novel
Huh?
just
It's
goes
just-
on and on and
That's what
on
great-
and on and
It's
on
so-
and
that
on and
sounds-
on.
I'm sure. He never. They're so. I
keep thinking it's close
we
to
would just-
ending, but it
When we go home.
just goes on and on and on and on
I,
and on.
Amber.
Don't worry.
Blazing hot tears steam down my cheeks as I stumble through the motorhome. I'm choking. Nothing I can do to stop it. Okay, let's go back in just a little bit. See what happens.
Don't worry.
Amber.
When we go home, you two really need to
Oh.
get together and meet.
When we go home, you two really need to get together and meet. The salt shaker tips from my pinky and topples over, spilling a few grains of salt. Marina is tense, but forces a smile anyway. Sighs, we both look down and go silent.
I think I'm gonna head back to the RV.
I get up and reach into my pocket, placing a bill on the table.
Amber.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just need some time.
Leaving Marina behind me, I walk out of the diner. Blazing hot tears stream down my cheeks as I stumble through the motorhome. I'm choking, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. How could I forget? even only here for a second. Am I really that heartless? I want to throw up. I can barely stand, tearing down all the magnets on the fridge as I trip over my own tears. The next thing I know, I'm falling onto the bed, and even though I land on its stiff concrete springs, I feel like I'm falling. The ceiling is getting further and further away as I sink deeper. I jerk myself up, faced with a photo that has comforted and haunted me for so long. For a second, I smile again, and I do remember. It just fades quickly. Tears start flowing again, harder than before. Curl up in a ball and bury my face in my knees. It doesn't help muffle my crying, cover the shame, or even make the place feel better. Just cry. The cracks have been forming for a while now, and I'm now shattered. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to glue myself back together. It never occurred to me just how hard it would be when he's gone. Growing up, I wasn't just his responsibility, we were each other's responsibility. How many credit cards did I max up in those last few months? Even after he told me to stop, I just kept pushing. Bank calls, doctor calls, middle of the night ER visits, everything. But nothing helped. Nothing. I tried so hard, but in the end, I had to watch my best friend, the only person who ever wanted me, wither away. Oh, that's pretty sad. He held up his end of the bargain. Even through every discovery, every stupid heartbreak, and every fight with Ma, he always took care of me, and he always just loved me. I couldn't hold up mine, though. I failed. Even now, I keep finding holes in everything that I did. I could have found a specialty hospital. I could have read up more on new forms of medicine, too. I could have, but I didn't. Now he's gone. My pants are damp and they've been soaking up all my tears, but I don't even care. I just want my grandpa back. The motorhome door storms open and brushes against the outside wall, followed by soft footsteps that creak along the floor. Marina. I try and act quick, sneaking a few final sniffs in before wiping away my tears. No use. Just keep trickling down. She appears in the doorway and I turn away and drown out the sobbing with my hand. So embarrassing. She shouldn't have to see me like this, but I don't think I can muster enough composure to ask her to leave without just breaking down. Marina reaches out for me, drenched with worry. Realization sets in and her eyes soften, reflecting it. Silent, she sits down next to me and wraps her arms around my head before I can squirm away. Cradling me on her lap, she caresses my hair and cheeks, tips of her fingers. My crying stops as I process it all, feeling nothing but her softness embracing me. Marina begins humming, gentle and breathing. I recognize the song instantly. It's from Graham's favorite tape. She probably doesn't even know the significance behind it. I've never even told her. She remembered it. After all the times I looped it, remembered. Tears come back. Quieter this time. She keeps humming regardless. A little choppy, her voice breaking off in some places due to her lack of air, but I adore it all the same. I cry, and I cry, and I cry, letting myself go for the first time since it all happened, all while listening to her hum, hiding in a warm, safe bubble with Marina bumble tied around me. Right now, he's the most important person in the world to me. So much warmth, I just don't feel moved. I feel a resounding sense of something more special than that, and I want to build on it. Turning around, I work my way up and kiss Marina's neck. Humming and caressing stop. This time I move to her collarbone. She winces back, tensing up, and I pull away. For a moment, I feel like crying again, this time out of a different shade of guilt. But Marina looks back at me and smiles. I stare back, but she gives me a short nod, cranes her neck. Then with a nod of my own, I lean back in, returning to her neck. Okay. The glow from the half-open skylight creeps in from above and shines down a strand of light onto the blanket, divides the bed in two, and slowly spreads across the room, casting off the morning shadows. My palm is warm and sweaty. Moving my fingers reveals my hand is still interlocked with Marina's. She's never let go. I turn over and face her. She's still sleeping, curled on her side, laying on her arm, just so she can keep holding my hand. Soft and rhythmic, her breath brushes against my face. If I could, I'd watch her for hours. Trying not to wake her, I unchain my fingers, crinkling them until the numbness sets in and pricks away at my sleeping hand. His nose wrinkles and the steady breathing stops. Swallowing, her eyes flutter open, she smiles. Dave's first word slips out. We're gone.
Morning.
Sorry, did I wake you up?
Snuggles in closer in breath, keeping her deep, wide eyes on mine.
You sleep okay?
After the fire wave, Marina seemed unsure for a bit, but then I look at her now. None of that is more. Completely trusting. It's a little terrifying that I gained that trust so fast, especially since we pivoted around each other for so long. That kind of trust, that kind of responsibility is a very special thing. I had it with Gramps, now Marina has given the same thing. From taking her to a gas station, finding treasure, and even fending off weirdos, she's put her trust in me to be responsible for all of it. Sometimes I wonder if I deserve it. Sometimes I have moments where I know I don't. Like when I can't find some lousy treasure. Like when I'm not around to help her out of a jam. Like when nothing I do can save someone, or how hard I try. Like when I just can't function. Like last night. Marina picks up on my silence, her expression fades from trust to concern.
Something wrong?
Nah, it's all good. Slept fine.
I lean over to kiss her forehead, but I pull back halfway, ripping off the blanket, leap out of bed, and stretch. Marina turns a crimson red and eats, throwing the covers over herself as our clothes from last night lie in heaps across the room. I dig through the cupboard and toss her a change of clothes before sipping into my own and beginning our morning routine.
We got a big day ahead of us. Assuming traffic isn't crap, we should be in Palm Springs by late noon.
She peeks out from the blanket and grabs her clothes.
And then the festival.
Almost. We have about a day to kill.
I run the coffee maker and head to the bathroom to start brushing my teeth. Behind me, Marina is changing into her clothes. I can clearly see her in the mirror. After last night, I'm not sure it matters anymore if I accidentally catch a glimpse of her.
So, do you know what bands you'd like to see yet?
My voice is garbled, muffled by the toothbrush stuffed in the corner of my mouth.
Kinda. I have a few ideas.
Bit. Most of which are just bands that me and Gramps like.
We should look at the lineup later. See if there aren't a few bands you might want to check out.
Finished changing, she scoots in behind me, directing her eyes to the mirror as she rests her head on my shoulder.
It's fine. I'll watch whoever you want to watch, Amber.
I watch the mirror as my face goes blank. Marina nuzzles against my cheek, bringing with her the aching burden to press down my entire being. Why does she believe in me so much, even when I'm such a wreck? Coffee beeps, saving me from being crushed by my own thoughts. I rip myself away from her.
Anyway, get ready. We're gonna hit the road as soon as you're done.
I rush to the sink. Steam rises out of the cup as my shaky hand pours the coffee, splattering most of it on the counter. Steadying myself doesn't work. My body won't listen. The burning coffee splashes on my skin. Okay. All right. We get it. I drag myself to the driver's seat, slap down my cup on a holder, plant my head on the steering wheel, and it honks. The handles from the bathroom squeak, and the sound of water is reduced to a drip. A few moments later, Marina trots down the motorhome and hops into the seat. Jerk up my head.
All set?
Yep. But are you sure nothing's wrong?
Forcing a smile, I turn the key and put the RV into drive.
Don't worry, everything's fine. Just a little tired.
Studies me for a few seconds, then shrugs and looks out the window, happily staring at the thermometer outside. Pick up Graham's favorite tape and put it in the player, still staring at Marina. Frowning, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Please don't hurt her.
Oh, and it says here that there are giant dinosaur statues.
Alright, we're gonna move on, guys. It's maddening to see it all get mulled over by overpasses. So now they're talking about the big city. How much longer does this go?
Amber, look at how white the sand is. It's just like snow.
I just can't take this anymore, guys. I can't go on for another fucking 4-hour video. Like, we're closing in on 3 hours again. I think that's where the seeds of trust and responsibility were sown. At least that's why I like to think why she trusts me, because I helped her. And it's through the next few weeks that trust was built upon, cultivating in something that may be greater than that. Marina became important to me, someone that I had to protect.
Whoa, look at all the windmills.
I clenched down on the steering wheel. By doing what we did last night, did I betray that sense of greater than trust? She saw me crying, she comforted me, I made a move, and they had intercourse. Oh God, the realization is like a punch in the gut. I want to swerve to the side of the road and hurl my guts out. I used her. I used Marina.
Amber, look!
She tugs on my sleeve and points out the window. As far as I can see into the hazy distance, an army of windmills line the sand and stretch all the way to the hilltops. Their wings spin down in unison, cycling steady wind. It's enough to snap me out of it, at least for a few seconds. Once the initial novelty wears off, I'm right back to where I've been for hours.
I've never seen so many.
Marina sounds completely blown away, enchanted even. Cute. And I need to think this through, really think this through.
Hey, do you think we could actually be quiet for a little while?
Oh, sure, that's fine.
Thanks.
She goes back to looking out the window, swaying to the music. So pure, so innocent. And I took advantage of that. That all I've been doing this entire time? Using her to make myself feel better? I don't even want to consider it, but it adds up. I was lonely, I didn't have anyone else. I saw a cute girl, I picked her up and consistently used her to curb that, all while telling myself that I was just helping and protecting her. And then I convinced myself of more, hoping to forget about the most important in the world to me. Tape clicks to a stop, jolting me back to reality. I eject it and flip it around, fumbling tape as I shove it back into the player. Press play. Starts off the same as always, the same static, the same first note, the same everything. Soon the audio starts to slip like someone is sliding on the tape. Music jarbles into something distorted and ugly, speeding up, slowing down, going backwards all at once. I frantically push the eject button over and over, but it's too late. The deck spits out the tape, a string of tattered ribbon tangled around it. Marina is too captivated by something outside to even notice what happened. I feel all of it. Tears start to swell up deep inside of me, morphs into fury.
Check it out! That mountain still has snow! God damn it! Shut up!
Oh God. Wow. As if the universe were conspiring against me, a deafening explosion blasts in front of us. Tremors shake the motorhome. We bounce in our seats as I grip the wheel, pound on the brakes, swerving out of traffic. Our hearts almost collide. Gasping for air, Marina turns to me for answers.
Damn it! Not now!
I tear off my seatbelt and rush outside. Smoke rises from the engine, tearing into my lungs as I open the hood.
Ah, shit!
Marina runs to my side, waving away the smoke. Her jaw drops.
Oh my god, what happened?
What do you think happened? The engine blew!
I punt the bumper. It leaves a small dent, like my numb foot is made of steel.
What? But how?
How the hell would I know?
He flinches back but manages to put on a hopeful smile.
We have some tools, maybe we can fix it.
Laughing, I lean in and scoff in her face.
Oh, you know how to fix the engine, Marina?
No, but I thought maybe you could.
Do I look like a mechanic to you?
Wow. She's being a bitch. Marina wraps herself in the security of her arms and looks at the windmills, their wings casting thick, grease shadows over us.
I just thought...
You thought? The last time you thought, you ended up broken down on the side of the road!
Wow. What the hell? I thought this was the most important person in the world to you. Remember?
So maybe it would be better for the both of us if you continued not to think!
She can hardly look at me. Her voice lowers to a fragile whisper, cracking as she...
I just wanted to help.
Unless you can magically pull a phone out of your ass and call a tow truck, then you can't! And even if you could, you would probably just let it get stolen!
Ouch. No response.
You want to make yourself useful? Go back into the RV!
Marina keeps her eyes on the ground. Without saying another word, she slinks back. Deep. I sigh and space myself out in front of the motorhome, waving my hands back and forth as the car speed by, ignoring my signal. Even I can't follow my own stupid advice. Wow.
Yeah, alright. I understand. Thanks.
Untangling the cord, I set the phone down and sit on the bed and sigh into my hands. Hotel sheets are surprisingly soft, a hell of a lot softer than the stiff rags I've been sleeping on. Downtown Palm Springs, a 5-star hotel. We're lucky they had a vacancy. Malone checked in. Of course, a nugget of gold can go a long way in the art of persuasion. I would have sprung for a cheap motel, but every place has no vacancy signs lit up. Well, guess I just wanted to pamper Marina one last time. Especially after earlier. Especially before what I'm about to do. Bathroom door creaks open. Marina walks under the carpet, her hair still damp and stringy. Noticing me, stares down, avoiding eye contact. I do the same, letting the silence overtake the room until one of us is forced to say something.
How was the shower?
It was nice. Got hot really fast.
The room goes silent again. Neither of us can look at the other, but we're both stuck, trapped, until one of us can get past the awkwardness. Marina is the first to look up.
Will the motorhome be okay?
Yeah, they said the engine overheated. Should be able to fix it.
That's good.
First words we've said to each other in hours. Even after I flagged down a car and got someone to call a tow truck for us, we just sat in unbearable silence and the entire ride over. But it was the silence that gave me time to reflect about how wrong I was, how wrong I have been, and what I really need to do now.
I'm sorry about yelling at you earlier. I was angry.
Yeah, I was angry at myself.
I shouldn't have taken that out on you.
I was being annoying. I should have stopped talking when you asked me to.
No! You've never done anything wrong. It was always me.
Always.
Don't be so dramatic.
She flails her arm over my forehead and falls dead onto my shoulder.
Everyone gets mad sometimes. Don't beat yourself up over it.
Take my head and pull away.
It's not about getting mad. It's that I didn't live up to my end of the bargain. Again.
Amber?
I look at the curtains inside. We're not missing anything, just an ugly view of a parking lot.
I just got off the phone. I bought a bus ticket home for you. One way.
Oh, wow. Wow, here it is. Here's what we've finally been waiting for this whole time. It's almost 3 hours again. We were almost at 8 hours after last part 3. So here we are at almost 11 hours. Finally, the goodbye. Alright, just got off the phone. I just bought a bus ticket home for you. Okay. Uh-oh.
Huh?
The cab should be here 10:30 tomorrow morning to take you to the station.
Uh-oh. Marina shakes out a stilted laugh, but she's not smiling.
You're just teasing me again, right?
I ignore her and continue.
You can call your parents with the phone. I don't mind paying the extra charge.
You're serious?
Bug-eyed, Marina freezes, the truth slowly setting in.
What about the festival? The treasure?
She snaps back, desperate to find some kind of rope to pull me back in.
You can keep it. All of it. I don't care. I'll go to the festival, go home, and get a job. I'll just pay everything off that way.
Right, how it should have been to begin with, when this trip was about Gramps and not me. I don't care how long it takes. I owe him and Marina that much. Marina sniffles. Tears are starting to leak out. She braces herself, trying to remain strong.
Then what about us?
So what about us?
What about it?
I feel like I just ripped my heart in half. For Marina, it looks like her entire world has been nuked. It makes me want to hug her, to hush her and tell her over and over again I didn't mean it. But she can't always count on me. That she can always count on me, but I can't.
Why?
Asking why.
It doesn't matter.
Tell me!
Aww. We're crying. The heartbreak.
I said no.
Why not?
Because you wouldn't understand. Look, you'll be fine. Just keep your head down and don't talk to anybody.
Stop treating me like a fucking child!
Angry tears streak down her face. Through heavy breathing, she recoils, shocked by her own words.
I didn't mean...
She steps closer and strokes my cheek, turning my face to hers as I try to hide my watery eyes.
Amber, please, don't do this. I love you.
Oh, the first words of I love you have been spoken. Please stop. Don't make this harder.
How can I understand if you don't tell me?
She barely manages to speak, the tears now in free fall as she chokes out her words.
Let me help.
Look at that sad face. What a sad face. I squeeze my hand into a fist, gripping as I back away to the door.
I'm sorry.
Amber.
Aww. Her knees buckle, crumples to the ground, falling as she squeaks out another plea.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
I throw open the door and sprint down the hallway, leaving Marina sobbing as I wipe tears away of my own.
I'm sorry.
The crowd moves on. I don't bother raising my head, allowing myself to be dragged along wherever they're going. My hand is tucked deep within my pocket, playing around with a cassette and a string of tattered ribbon. The hotel is far in the distance now, lit up against the darkening sky. Marina's probably still up there crying. I let go of the tape and forced myself to keep walking through the clammy misters attached to shops and bars. It's not my business what's best for her. But it hurts. Everything hurts. I keep expecting Marina to come skipping out after me and lean on my shoulder so we can explore the town. Or better yet, chew me out and punch me until I feel like I can just justify what I've done. But I know that's not going to happen. She's too sweet for that. After all, she's Marina. And I don't want anything to ever change that. Especially me. I can't be trusted with something that precious, not screw it up again. Not again. A shrieking laugh shatters my trance. Whipping around, I find a small building squished between a thrift store and a pawn shop. I pull off to the side and peek in, wanting nothing more to do than to forget about everything. It's smaller than the RV, the entire middle dedicated to the four mismatched bars set up in a square, surrounded by cheap island decor and streamers hanging from the ceiling. Under it all, a legion of girls. Tall girls, girly girls, redheads, blondes, and brunettes, all crammed inside and chatting each other up in a festival of free-flowing drinks.
Oh.
I get to see myself blush in real time, thanks to the window. The rest of the bar probably does too. I must look like an idiot. I don't leave, though. Sitting at the bar beneath the red and pink party lights is a slim girl with shaggy rainbow-dyed hair. She sways on her stool as she laughs with the bartender, the shape of her ass outlined in her tight jeans. I can't buy her a drink, but then again, the place for it. Maybe Catching a glimpse of me, she turns to the window and gives me a big, bright smile. Images of Marina flash through my head. Images from last night. First, her holding me, me kissing her neck. And then the Valley of Fire, finding all the pieces of the treasure, helping her on her side of the road. Images that stick out the most are the quiet times. Me driving on the highway while Marina sways back and forth to the music. I back away, then take off as fast as I can. Am I that disgusting? Is that all Marina was to me? I slap myself. When it barely stings, I do it again, smacking myself so hard that tears bead in my eyes. Blinking them back, I swallow. Running. One by one, shops vanish behind me, the sidewalk thins, and then disappears, eventually too dark to even see the ground, and I'm running under unfiltered starlight. When I finally stop, my shoes are heavy with sand. I wilt over and suck in a huge, gasping breaths. Forcing myself to look over my shoulder, I realize I'm surrounded by sand dunes and rocky ranges. I've left the city far behind me. My footprints prove that. Saguaro cacti are scattered at random, like sorrowful people brooding under the moonlight, prickly limbs reaching for the sky. Settle my breathing and listen to the sounds. Desert. A gust of wind stirring the dry air, crackly yelp of a coyote, whimsical horns of a hypnotic guitar stums on the faint ska music. Wait. Now, really am disgusted. Squinting at the horizon, I catch a glimpse of the unmoving light. Faint and alone, but it's definitely there. Pressured by some kind of masochism harbored deep within me, I follow the light. The closer I get, the more I should know I should turn back, but my fears are proven to be right as I approach the sound. A black motorhome with stripes, as hideous as the music blasting from every stretch. Trumpet, my ears bleed a little more. Every time the guitar plays, that stupid unchanging rhythm die inside. The worst part is something I've never seen before subjected to. Singing. You can call it that. Not from the song, but familiar brain-piercing wail masking over it. It's awful, like a dying siren. trying to reel in one last sailor. Covering my ears doesn't help. I can only wince in agony at a high note, probably killing wildlife in the general area. Someone needs to stop this. I march to the door, wondering why I'm even going to bother. After everything that she's pulled, why should I when I can just go on about my life? Then she reaches the chorus. Yeah, that's why. I give the door 3 solid bangs. Singing stops.
Ha! I knew you numbskulls couldn't live without me!
Mariah swings the door open. She's flushed, a dangling glass of bottle from her hand, only to be silenced to a single sniff upon seeing me.
You suck at treasure hunting and singing. Go figure.
Slams the door in my face. I knock again. It's delayed, but she reopens the door, her head cautiously peeking halfway out.
You've taken everything from me. What else could you possibly want?
Your soul.
Give me the treasure and you got a deal. I'll throw in the slackers too.
That's probably not gonna happen.
She leads out the door, nearly stumbling over as she peers from the side to side.
Where's your better half?
I look down. How do I even answer that? Brad growls and limps towards the refrigerator.
Come in.
May as well, no one is waiting for me anymore. Yelling at Mariah is good of a distraction as any. I climb in, my nose is instantly assaulted with the smell of rancid beer. And whiskey. And vodka. Might even be traces of skunk. I decide to breathe through my nose. And the couch and the cot are both empty. No lackeys to feed in Mariah's delusions on site.
Where are the other 2?
Head in the depths of her fridge, Mariah only stole.
Tess wanted to see some stupid walk of fame, so Joe took her.
Palm Springs has a walk of fame?
According to the squirt.
Leans back out of the fridge.
How old are you?
19. Why?
Close enough. Drink.
With a loose throw that I actually have to die for, she tosses me a bottle. The print is in Spanish, carved into the thick glass just above the label. Try pronouncing it, but it comes out sounding depressingly American.
You should be worshipping me. That's the good stuff.
I'm ecstatic.
I think she's too far gone to notice the flatness of my voice. Even if she did, I doubt she'd care, with something resembling happiness on her face as she cradles half a dozen or so bottles on the couch.
You gonna drink all that? Haven't you had enough?
Go die. You stole my equipment and my treasure. I'm not letting you steal my 40 ounces to freedom.
Right. I shrug and flop down beside her. Mariah drunkenly reaches for the remote, missing it twice, and then switches off the music and hurls the remote across the room.
Finally, thank you. I hate ska.
Mariah snarls at me like a toothless piranha.
It's reggae, you uncultured brat!
He slumps back
This
down.
guy's okay too.
Uncultured? You were the one who wanted to blow up Shiprock.
It was a suggestion. I don't have nearly enough TNT for that.
The fact you even have it is what bothers me.
Whatever, at least I know what I listen to is good. I like whatever you're into.
Oh, I can assure you, what I listen to is better than ska.
Reggae!
Jazz fusion, new age, world music, all better than your circus noise.
You actually like that hippy-dippy crap? What Volkswagen did you fall out of?
The one that hit your mother when she was pregnant with you, apparently.
Ouch. We both click our tongues without looking. She pops my cap with a bottle opener, then hers. Giving a half-assed clink of our bottles, we take a swig. Swampy drink trails down my throat, setting my chest on fire. My experience with alcohol is really limited. Gramps didn't keep a lot of booze around, but when he did, it was always met. I only snuck out a few times for special dates.
Gotta say, you're a lot less bearable without the dits holding you on a leash.
Shut up!
He barely held the flame to the fuse, but a single word is enough to make something inside of me go off.
Don't you talk about her that way! She's a kinder, more caring person than you'll ever be!
Mariah scrunches her nose like my outburst didn't make any sense to her. A dumb, drunk face.
That's not a very high bar.
Not wrong, but she couldn't she have at least tried defending herself? I groaned and let my brood simmer down, not before spitting out one more shot of venom.
Whatever. It's not like you're any better. You're a mess without the other two keeping you in check.
Hey! Don't get any ideas. I'm the one keeping them in check. They'd be dead by now if it weren't for me.
Sure, Mariah. I pinch the bridge of my nose and shake my head with a short laugh. Whether or not I choose to accept that Mariah exists in my reality, she's at least something familiar. Comforting probably isn't the right word for it, but she's someone to talk to.
Why are you here anyway?
Who even knows? Joe mentioned something about a music orgy thing.
Music orgy? You mean the festival?
Yeah, that.
Huh. And you went along with it? I guess that makes sense. You guys are a thing, right?
Building up from a bunch of snorts, Mariah busts out laughing.
Me and that slacker wouldn't be a thing if the planets collided, wiped out everything, formed a mega planet, and we had to repopulate.
Why do I get the feeling this exact scenario has been played out in her journal multiple times?
Besides, there's more important things to focus on. Or at least...
He looks at the drawer against, and again, then
there
glares at me.
were.
I hide the temptation to laugh in her face and both.
So nothing, huh? You grew up with someone and don't feel the tiniest thing for them?
Takes another swig, but this time just gives the wall a dry, blank stare.
If he's still single in 10 years, maybe I'll marry him out of pity.
I bet she'd marry the treasure in a heartbeat. Probably do more than just marry him.
What about you and the Dips? Aren't you two going to the music orgy together?
The music orgy. Her eyes narrow.
I'll kill you if that's what you're using my treasure for, by the way.
I don't answer, looking at my now nearly empty bottle instead.
What? You two have a fight?
Something like that.
I bet it was because of the gold. No honor among thieves, I'll tell ya.
No, nothing like that. It's hard to explain.
Well, I don't really care, but go ahead and moan if you want. It's not any different than what you usually do.
I look at Mariah. She doesn't seem particularly interested in downing more beers more than anything. The maniac, that she always has been and still is abundantly clear. She would probably tear apart the entire Southwest if left unintended. Hell, maybe the entire nation. She's no Joe. No way could she hold up an actual conversation. No way could she actually offer some good advice. No way she feels any sympathy. Still, it feels like I can vent to her. Not trust her. Not trust all the RV chases and games of blackjack. Vent. She doesn't care, but maybe that's what makes it so appealing. I stay silent and stare at the ceiling, mulling over everything that's happening. Searching for the right words I could even give to Marina.
I said that I don't care! Not that I'm willing to wait all night so you can steal my time, too.
Just give me a minute. I'm not really used to... this.
Taking a deep breath, I look past Mariah, unwilling to let her see my shame. A single shred of pride I have left snaps, and I let all the weakness come fumbling out.
I met Marina a little after my grandpa died. He was
My chest tightens.
my best friend. My parents didn't want me, but he did. He raised me in that motorhome. He didn't have to. but he took care of me anyway.
Mariah sips at her beer, listening in silence. No smarmy remarks or rambling.
So, when I was a kid, I decided I was gonna take care of him too. Gratitude, you know? Gratitude for a lot of things. His love, his acceptance, the music.
I stifle a laugh.
God, the music. The goof could spout random trivia about the weirdest music, bands you've never even heard of. But I loved it. And I loved him. It sounds dumb. A little girl feeling responsible for some full-grown geezer. I didn't care, though. I wanted to prove how much he meant to me. And that's how it worked for the longest time. But then he got sick.
I funneled down the beer and reach for another one. Mariah shoves her hand in front of me and pops off the cap. Right as the next cycle of heartbreak closing in. I whisk back the bottle and force it down. Soapy foam rushes to the top and spills over as it comes back. Mariah only shrugs.
That festival? He was the one who bought those tickets. It was gonna be our trip. That didn't happen. I failed at my job, but I could at least take the trip for him and try to make up for it. Then I met Marina.
A smile slips onto my face. Despite everything, just saying her name makes me feel cheerful.
She was really cute and needed a ride, not to mention oblivious. Maybe it was just instinct, but I wasn't gonna let someone so innocent fend for themselves in the desert. I didn't plan on sticking around for long, but when we found the first part of the treasure, I don't know. I told myself I was gonna stick with her because I had to pay off Gramps' hospital bills and funeral. But the truth is, I stuck with her because it felt like it was a second chance. I could do some good. Help and protect someone who really needed it. And the closer I got with Marina, the more I felt like she was my responsibility. But even more than that, when I was with her...
My voice cracked, trembling at the weight of my words.
I was happy. It was like Gramps was never even gone. Then I remembered he was, and I completely shut down. Marina tried comforting me, but I just took advantage of her. When I woke up, I realized that's what I'd been doing this entire time. I was never protecting her. I was just using her to cope with Gramps. So I bought her a ticket home. She yelled and cried, but I did it anyway. I didn't just fail Gramps. I made this trip about me, and I hurt Marina. I don't deserve to be happy, and I don't deserve her.
Soaking in the silence, I blink away an annoying watery speck in my eye, bite back a few dimples.
You done?
Yeah.
Mariah polishes off the rest of her beer and slams it down, rattling the other empty bottles on the table. Smacking her lips, she stretches her neck. Every bone cracks one after the other, sounding off in a delayed trill. Then she turns to me, speaks.
You're a dumbass.
I pause.
Excuse me?
You heard me!
Mariah launches herself at me. I wince as her breath streaks out. The smell was bad before, but now it's like she rinsed her mouth with whiskey.
God, you piss me off!
A growl emerges from deep within her as her throat looks me over. Then, as if acting on simple instinctive desire, she delivers a stiff smack on the back of my head. For a split second, everything was fuzzy white. The infuriating image of snarling Mariah greets me as my vision fades back, partnered with even more infuriating throbbing.
Ow! What the hell? Why are you hitting me? I just spilled my guts to your jerk ass!
Shut up! I'm talking now!
Mariah stumbles off the couch, gripping the table for support. Her face is darkened with several shades of red since I've gotten here.
Listen here, thief! Dead is dead is dead. Your dear old granddad ain't crying up in heaven because you decided to do some bride in the back of his RV.
What? Her words burn right to their fiery core. I can't believe I ever thought I could count on Mariah.
Where'd you even get off saying?
I said shut up. Get over your snooze fest of a sob story. You got the girl and you got my treasure. But no, you can't be happy because of some stupid phony sense of obligation. And that's another thing.
Her voice gets louder as her words get sloppier, slipping and sliding over each other. I couldn't get a word in even if I tried. All I can do is listen, stone-faced, as the lashings keep on coming.
Who the hell do you think you are? What gives you the right to be some self-righteous guardian? You don't look after people because you have to prove yourself. You do it because...
She stops and scratches her head. I lean in, my breath frozen by anticipation as she tries to decode her own logic.
Because you just do. Okay? I swear, that annoying complex of yours is gonna smother you and everyone else.
Mariah grabs another bottle and swings it straight down in the sharp corner of the table. The cap somersaults through the air. By the time it lands, she's already chugged most of it.
But I used her.
That's right, obligations, second chances, complexes, none of that means anything, because it's all said and done. I used Marita to make myself happy.
You call that using? Give me a break. I use those slackers all the time. That's using. And you know what? Who cares? That did use you to find the treasure, didn't she? Hell, if anything, you probably don't use her enough. I'd feel like a real jackass if some dumbass were calling me all the time and all I could do was sit there. People use people all the time. That's what makes them family.
Mariah takes one last swig of her beer, then with a glint of sadness in her eyes, she stares into the empty bottle.
So if you're gonna hate yourself, find a reason that doesn't suck.
Her face murks from red to a sickly green. The bottle falls from her hand and onto the floor, rocks side to side, like a sailor that's lost their sea legs.
Hey, you don't look so good.
For a quick moment, Mariah's cheeks blowed out. Just as quickly, she swallows.
I'm fine. Just need to drink it off.
She wobbles back to the couch, collapses next to me. Neither of us speak. Mariah groans, holding her stomach as she feels around for the bottle opener. I look at the pile of empty bottles building up on the table.
What happened to not caring?
I don't. I just prefer my treasure not being in the filthy hands of an idiot.
Did I just get chewed out by Mariah? Even worse, did some of it actually make sense, or is it just the booze? Unable to spare the energy to lean forward, stretches her arm way out for another beer, but I catch it just in time and grab a hold of her hand.
You need to quit! You've had way too much!
Eat me!
She slaps my hand away and snags 2 more beers, shoving one of them into my stomach.
You're an idiot, but whether or not you want to keep being one is up to you.
I don't know. I need to think about it.
Mariah rolls her eyes.
Dumbass.
Nothing, she says, burns anymore. Now it's only stings with the acidity of the truth. Getting over it, letting Marina in, really letting her in. Just not that easy. It's never been that easy. But if I don't, putting my hand on my thigh, I squeeze the outline of the cassette. Mariah raises out her beer and grunts. Sighing, I raise up mine, and we clank them together.
Jerk-ass.
Dodging the drunk away, I nurse my head as it pounds in rhythm to my heartbeat. The table has become a stockpile of empty promises and broken dreams. Foundation beneath even emptier bottles. Mariah is still at my side, slumped over and passed out. She might be a super heavyweight, but I decided to stick around and keep an eye on her. Soon, Joe and Tess will be back and they can take care of the rest. I watch the slight movements of her chest as she breathes in and out. Seeing her so quiet is eerie. It's hard to believe she's still a person beneath all that yelling and obsessiveness. There she is. People use other people all the time. That's what makes family. Sounds gross and awful. Those words have been echoing inside of me since she said them. I used Marina to cope. No denying that. But Mariah said Marina used me to help find treasure. True. If that's true, then why don't I feel used? Why did I always feel genuinely wanted by her? She relied on me. Is that using? That's all I ever wanted her to feel like she could do. Trust was the most important thing to me. No matter how much I wanted it, I knew I didn't deserve it because I felt like I was betraying Gramps and would just drag her down with me. What about her, though? Marina was furious when I left, but she wanted to understand, wanted to help. I wanted her to rely on me, but maybe she wanted me to rely on her, too. In my pocket, I pull out the cassette, hold it in the palm of my hand. The side of the ribbon, all torn and tangled, doesn't choke me up or ignite a bitter explosion of anger like it did earlier. All it does is serve as a numbing reminder of all of my regrets. Her wording was off, but Mariah was right. I never let myself rely on Mariah. From the very start, I've always treated her like a kid, never as an equal. No wonder she got upset. No wonder she wanted to do as much as she was doing for her, but I would never let her in long enough for that to happen. Of course she would say no. If I made a move, it was the opportunity she had. If I go back as I am now, things will never get better. Treating Marina like a kid, never letting her in, and she'll just smile and bear it until she explodes. Like earlier. I know what I have to do, and yet it feels more like a betrayal thing, else I've done this far. If I don't do it, then I can never truly hope to do right by myself. Stagger to my feet, turning around to take one last look at Mariah before deciding to take off her bandana, her out on her side.
In another life, maybe you would be my type.
Then I walk to the door, take a breath, and step outside. Night sky is deep and clear, embedded with a deep, rich blue draped behind the glow of the constellations. Light and all that guides me as I plunge my way through the thickness of the sand, wandering from Mariah's RV with nowhere. Finally, I've gone far enough where the haze of the city lights can't be seen, where the distance of the motorhome can't be gauged. I'm alone. For the first time, I'm truly alone. Free from the treasure, free from the festival, free from the responsibility, and free from even Marina. Sitting down, I sink in the sand and I look at the stars.
Remember that time in Wyoming? When we camped out on the Great Plains?
Now she's talking to Gramps again.
The whole sleeping under the stars thing seemed like the coolest idea ever to little me. You were so excited to teach me about the constellations. Didn't matter that you sucked at astronomy, you just kept mislabeling them. I made sure to read up on them later, by the way. That was the Big Dipper, not Hal's guitar. But that's okay. I still got a kick out of it. Besides, that's not the type of thing I expected to learn from you anyway.
Hal's guitar.
What I really remember from that trip was the s'mores. Pretty sure you only liked them burned because you were so old. Really stuck with me, though. Can't have s'mores any other way now. I think I may have converted someone else to the burn side, too. She has a huge sweet tooth, though, so I shouldn't be too surprised. Still, It made me really happy when she said she liked it.
I stare down and pet the cassette, feeling my thumbs over its holes and brown blotches and things.
I think you'd like her a lot. She's a sweetheart. Always cheery and nice, even when she really shouldn't. Don't know how she does it, but she can somehow deal with me and my moods. This is her first time ever leaving home, and it shows. I worry about her a lot. Kinda like how I worried about you. Kinda like how I still do.
Aww. A tear drips onto the cassette. I didn't even notice it trailed down my cheek. For the rest.
Maybe I got attached too easily and really did use her. But I don't want to leave. I love her so much. And I want to prove I'm worth loving too.
Huh?
Would you hate me?
Of course he wouldn't hate
I'd be
you.
letting you down if I decided to be happy instead.
Wow. I gaze back up at the sky through my blurry vision. Stars don't answer back. Twinkling. I lower my head. The cassette feels like lifeless dead weight in my palm. My breath shakes. Next words slip out in a whimper.
I'm sorry.
I dig my fingers into the ground, scraping away the sand. A sharp grains nut between my nails. A shallow hole forms, a pile of dirt laying next to it. I can barely stomach looking at the cassette as I lay it in the grave. I glance away as I slide the dirt back over the hole. When I look back, a corner of it still sticks out, partially buried, reaching out, grasping for me. Cover my eyes and pinch away the tears. Still there. Will always be there. Now I don't have to acknowledge it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Drenched in sweat, I gasp to life and hack the sand out of my mouth. Memories from the night before start flooding back as I choke down a lump in my throat. Desert, heat, stars.
Marina!
My head snaps to the sky. The sun is already a quarter of the way done with its cycle. Soon, if it already hasn't, taxi will pick up Marina and I'll never see her again. All because I couldn't let myself trust Marina.
Damn it!
I slam my fist down, kicking up a pitiful pume of sand. Even if I ran, I'd never be able to make it in time. If only I had the motorhome. Wait,
Mariah!
there's a chance they still might be camped out nearby. Wiping the tears from my eyes, I spring to my feet and sprint in the direction of their motorhome, leaving the half-buried cassette behind me. Please still be there. Please still be there. Sure enough, it's right where it was last night. I run up and pound on the door, knocking harder and louder until someone answers. Hey, Brookie Bear, how you doing? Looking up with wide eyes, Tess opens the door and stares at me.
Tess! Is Mariah here?
Amber?
Joe slinks off the couch and joins Tess at the door.
Sheesh, you're a wreck. Everything okay?
Quick, the time!
Huh?
The time! What time is it?
He looks to the invisible watch on his wrist, then switches between all the walls before Tess digs around in her shorts and hands him a chained pocket watch.
10 o'clock, apparently.
He turns to Tess.
When did you start carrying this around?
Why the hell's it so freaking loud?
She throws a bottle at him. A bottle comes hurtling towards Joe, but he ducks at the last second, letting it shatter across the wall.
Oh yeah, she smashed the last one.
15 minutes. There's still time.
Whoa, slow down a sec. Time for what?
I know this is short notice, but I need a ride.
A ride? Now?
I said shut the hell up!
She throws another bottle. Another bottle comes flying towards it, but this time Tess hops and snatches it out of the air. He looks across the room, then back to me.
Now's probably not the best time.
Sis's hangovers are lethal.
No! We need to leave now!
Do you not remember what I said I'd do with the jumper cables the next time you...
Ha! Nursing her forehead and lifting up another bottle, Mariah stomps over only to freeze when she sees me.
Mariah, I need a ride. Please. You were right. I made a big mistake, and if I'm not back at our hotel in 15, I'll never see Marina again.
The motorhome falls silent, all eyes on Mariah. Her face is blank, unreadable compared to all the crazy-looking scowl she usually wears. Finally, she speaks.
All right, let her in.
I'm really sorry, but you know how she... Wait,
Huh.
for real?
Mariah closes her eyes and takes a deep, long breath.
Before I change my mind...
Joe and Tess shoot each other surprised glances, then shrug.
Well, what do you know? Miracles actually do happen.
She wasn't a bitch for once in her life. How you doing in Turbulent?
The desert heat has thawed her icy heart.
Yeah, just shut up and get ready.
That was pretty good. Just showing them to fly by. I hop in, the other two scurry around and batten down the hatches, strapping shut all the cupboards and shelves. Grabbing her bandana, Mariah ties it around her head while I shuffle around and try to spit out a thank you.
So, I should probably...
We're all set. I'll take the wheel.
Joe rushes past us with the keys, but Mariah trips him and snags him from his hand.
No way! You drive like an old man. I'll drive.
No, I drive like a normal person. You just happen to drive like a maniac. Besides, you're hungover.
It'll be fine. Come on.
She's hungover. They both dart over to the front seats, and the RV roars to life. Well, this is what we were waiting for forever, guys. We're actually getting to the climatic ending, and it does look like it's pretty decent. I gotta give it that. I was frustrated as hell a couple hours ago, skipping through this story that just seemed to go on and on and on and on and on, and just drag out. We knew that it was going to come to some kind of a sad ending or some kind of a big ending or finale or whatever, and we're finally here. So hopefully you guys enjoy this, Brookie Bear and Turbulent and whoever else is here.
Tess, hair of the dog.
Tess nods and runs to the fridge, grabbing a bottle that looks like a lot like the ones from last night, except this one has a picture of the devil on it. Tosses it over to her sister, who showcases the same catching talent as her.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Slamming the bottle in the cup holder, Mariah sticks her head out the window and backs up the motorhome. Joe shakes his head, replacing the devil's brew with a nearby water bottle while she isn't looking. That's funny.
You're going to need to hang on tight, by the way.
Huh? Why?
Look at that. That's pretty good art right there. I like that. My question is immediately answered as I'm flung against the couch. Tessa's small frame crashes into me. Oh boy.
It doesn't hurt as much if you relax your muscles.
Doesn't hurt as much if you relax. The RV speeds forward. The license plate, wind, chimes, ding, chaotic disunion as the bottles and cans roll across the floor, clanging together whenever they meet. Even the table is seesawing back and forth. I look out the window. Mariah flies under the road, cutting off an entire lane of cars. The RV hits the ground and bounces. I manage to keep my head from bashing the pot above me, but Tess lets herself get tossed around, rolling across the floor with the trash.
So where exactly am I
Funny.
going?
That's funny. She's rolling back and forth.
The hotel downtown. You'd have to be stupid to miss it.
Remember who you're talking to here.
Hotel?
That's
You didn't
funny.
spend any of my treasure on that, did you?
Mariah glares back at me, oblivious to everything on the other side of the windshield.
I might have used a nugget to bribe the manager.
What? I'll kill you!
Save the cat fight for later. There are more important things to focus on right now, like the road!
The road will always be there, Joe. My treasure won't.
My treasure.
Treasure or our lives?
Oh my god. I think everyone here already knows the answer to that one.
I had Tess do the math.
Yeah.
The treasure's worth more than any of you. Watch out!
Huh. Bert! A big rig comes speeding towards us, blasting its deafening horn. At the last second, Mariah swerves back into her lane as the truck barrels past us. The motorhome hits a bump and bounces up again. Bump, bump. Oh my god, unprepared, poor Joe's head hits the ceiling, knocking the light from his eyes. If I squint hard enough, I can even see his soul drifting away from his body.
Sis, I think Joey's dead.
I think Joey's dead. Oh my god. She killed him. Bouncing around. Oh my god.
About damn time. He was getting annoying.
About damn time. Yes, salutes her fallen comrade. It's always the sane ones who die first. We zoom past the town's welcoming center. It's not far at all now.
Tess, what time is it?
10:12.
And 12. Oh god, they got 3 minutes. I grit my teeth and glare out the window. Please still be there. Downtown comes into view. The strip of familiar stores and restaurants start forming. Mariah races down the street, ignoring all traffic lights and pedestrians as people leap out of the way and cars break into other lanes. Oh my god, she's gonna kill somebody.
We're almost there. Get ready!
The hotel looms just up ahead. Through the windshield, I can see Marina holding on to the small suitcase as she prepares to step into the cab. Uh-oh! Talk about getting there at the last minute. I can see Marina holding on to the small suitcase as she prepares to step into the cab. I leap to the door and swing it open. Wind rushes through my hair. The motorhome is slowing down, but I don't care.
The hell are you doing?
Uh-oh. She's jumping out. She's gonna hurt herself. I launch myself onto the street, tumbling across the burning concrete as the road tears against my skin. Immediately, I spring back up and dart towards Marina. Mariah screeches to a halt in the middle of the street, blocking anyone from driving through. 3 of them hop out, Joe clutching his head as he stumbles out the door.
Amber?
Before she can get another word, I grab her by the waist and throw my lips against hers. She pulls herself away and glares at me through her puffy red eyes. I plant my hands on her shoulders and steady myself as tears stream down my face.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Aww. Marina freezes. Then she slowly softens from a glare to a strain. I catch a lump building in her throat, too.
I thought you weren't coming back.
I know. I was such a bitch. I didn't mean any of it. I love you so much. I just didn't want to hurt you.
What? How could you ever hurt me?
I was scared.
The tears don't stop. The crying gets louder.
I was afraid I was using you because I didn't have grips anymore. I lost my family. I always wanted to help you, but I think I might be the one who really needs help.
Marina can't hold it back any longer and starts bawling in my arms, hugging me as tight as she possibly can.
Dummy, I'm your new family. I don't care if you use me. I love you.
I love you too.
Aww. This time we both move in for the kiss, 2 blubbering idiots trying to prove just how much the other means. I'm not sure if it's her tears I'm tasting or my own, but I can still make out the soft sweetness of the lips regardless. It's funny. The entire time I thought I was the nucleus of it all. That I was the one helping her, or that I was using her. But as cheesy as it sounds, I think Marina has always been the one helping me from the very beginning. Through the kissing, I catch a glimpse of the trio. Joe covering Tessa's eyes as he slips Mariah a bill. We manage to compose ourselves enough to pull each other away, but we never let go of each other's hand. Rolling her eyes, Mariah unties her bandana and tosses it to me.
You both look disgusting. Here.
Thanks.
I wipe away as many of my tears as I can before passing it along to Marina, who blows into it like a trumpet. She sniffs, her nose red and tears still leaking out, and then hands the drenched cloth back to Mariah, gives it to Joe. He cringes as he dangles it from his fingers.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Thanks to you three. I mean it. Especially you, Mariah.
For a moment, Mariah lowers her guard and almost smirks. Then she remembers it's just not her style.
Whatever. That doesn't make us cool or anything. I still despise you.
It's true.
Yeah, she hates your guts.
Funny.
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Marina giggles and I bring her in closer. Then suddenly I remember something.
Oh!
I bend over and dig through Marina's suitcase, bringing out a single gold nugget, and pass it along to Mariah.
Figured yours was getting lonely.
Mariah stares at her hand, the other two gathering around her.
How about that? You ended up getting the treasure after all, Mariah.
It seems bigger than the one we have.
Finally defeated, Mariah looks up and sighs.
I guess we can probably pawn it off somewhere.
She walks back to her motorhome, waving along with the other two.
Come on, let's go.
Well, see you two ladies down the road.
God, I hope not.
Tess looks back and forth and then scurries over to Marina and gives her a quick hug around her waist before following the other two.
Bye.
And with that, they speed off, leaving a trail of property damage behind them as they beat their loud-ass horn in the distance. Marina and I are left alone, the cab long gone. Between small spurts of laughter, we thumb away each other's tears, happy to be together again.
Hey, let's go pick up the motorhome.
Yeah.
She sniffs one last time.
I'd like that.
Fading light from the sunset wakes me up. Another reuniting, the first thing Marina and I did was take a nap. Slept in the same bed, both of us too tired to do anything more than gaze at our eyes as we drifted off. Now, hours later, we're still in the same spot. One of Marina's hands clings to my shirt while she's pressed up against my side. Her breath, shallow and steady, warm against my neck. I feel like I could stay here all day, for a week, here, ever, just enjoying this closeness. Marina sighs in her sleep, shifting a little but not moving too far away. I watch her, a small smile dancing on my lips. No way we're going to be able to sleep tonight after taking naps this late. We can probably head out and get to the festival a little bit early. Beat the lines to get in and maybe end up closer on the stage. I'll see how she feels when she gets up. Gently, I extract myself from her grip, climb out of bed. To kill some time, I wander to the back to take a stock of our supplies. Running low on bottled water and could use some more snacks. The healthy kind, not the Marina selected tooth-rotting kind. Also, we need to stop by the laundromat sometime too. Hell, probably go to a clothing store and pick up a few more changes of clothes for Marina. Since we're going to be sticking together and all. That thought makes me smile. So happy that I couldn't stop, even if I wanted to. I don't have to be lonely anymore. I can make these plans. When I walk back to my bed, still being careful not to disturb Marina, I notice something weird. It's gotten brighter outside. Oh wait. Dawns on me, quite literally. didn't just sleep through the day. We slept all the way through the night and into the next morning.
Marina!
I shout her name as I lunge across the bed to shake her shoulder. Despite my frenzy, she opens her eyes lazily.
Amber? What's wrong?
We slept way too late. We've got to get going fast. The festival's starting in just a few hours.
Marina pats my head like I'm a naive kid.
Amber, it's okay. It's not until tomorrow.
It is tomorrow. We slept all night.
Now her eyes get a bit bigger, and right on time the sunlight falls across her face.
Yeah.
I move back, letting her sit up.
We've got to go, or we'll be standing in line all day.
She smooshes her fists into her eyes and rolls out of bed.
I'm up. Can you make some coffee, please?
No prob.
Gonna get ready.
I nod. Marina zombie shuffles off to the bathroom to brush her teeth and fix her hair. I set about preparing. Soon, the warm smell of brewing coffee fills the air, as does the sound of running water. Both Marina and the coffee finish around the same time. Marina skips over to where I am and leans into my shoulder while I wrap my arms around her.
Sorry, I shouldn't hold us up, huh?
Nah, this is okay.
Just for a moment. Then I pull away and grab a pair of mugs, passing one to Marina. I fill mine up with steaming black coffee, and hand her the creamer and sugar. But Marina shakes her head.
I'll try it how you drink it.
Eyebrows raised, I pour her a cup.
You sure? It's a super acquired taste.
Marina takes a sip and scrunches her face in disgust.
It's good.
Good.
Uh-huh.
Right.
No, really?
She chokes on her next sip.
You don't have to drink it black just because I do, you know.
You said it's an acquired taste, though, right? So I want to acquire that taste.
Right.
By the time I finished my first cup, she's only had a quarter of hers. She gets halfway through before she gives up and dumps in some sugar.
I'll acquire it later.
Of course.
While she preps her coffee, I go over the cabinet where we stash the gold. Aside from those, there's one other small, brightly decorated box. I take it out and set it on the counter. Marina instantly hops over.
Ooh, what's that?
Inside are 2 wristbands made of soft fabric. There are entrance passes to the festival. I pass one to Marina. Hers. Gramps. Tenderness with which she takes it reminds me of when she first held the gold. Like if it fell, it would break.
Make sure you don't lose it, or you'll have to wait in the RV while I go watch.
You wouldn't.
I think about it for a second. Then I answer truthfully.
Okay, you're right. But still.
There's a little tag that hangs off the wristband, and Marina pulls to tighten it. Then she leans over and kisses my cheek.
I won't.
I slide mine on and tighten it as well, putting the box back in its safe spot. There's a lump in my throat over how it was always supposed to be me and Gramps who went. Marina touches my hand and she smiles. I smile back. This is just as good though. I swallow my sadness before it can take over and lead the way to the front of the RV.
You ready?
Hell yeah!
Let's get this show on the road then.
Motorhome grumbles as I turn the key, but the engine catches. I wait a second to see if it's going to die, but it doesn't. So the whole thing shakes a little more than I'm used to. Slowly, I navigate out of the parking lot and back onto the main streets. Maybe early, but there are lots of people out and about. Traffic is thick, with a lot of the people probably going to the Coachella.
See, this is why I wanted to leave early. It's normally only a half-hour drive, but this is crazy.
Think we're all going to the same place?
Maybe. At least a few.
Marina laughs.
What?
I just think it's kind of funny that this has happened the whole time, with the treasure and stuff. Everywhere we go, it's like traffic jam after traffic jam.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Should be better after this, though.
Yeah, it will be.
We creep along until we reach a totaled car. Doesn't look like anyone was hurt, but it's the reason traffic is so slow. Once we get past it, I can finally openly accelerate. The new and improved engine pulls its weight. Everything is much smoother and quieter. Soon, the city of Indio comes into view, super close to the California and Arizona border. Coachella is held just a few miles east of town. As we get closer and closer, our anticipation builds. Easy to read Marina. She's been bouncing and fidgeting in her seat. I'm more composed, but I can feel it too. We glance at each other at the exact same time and grin. Been doing that a lot lately. At last, a huge line of trees that borders the festival grounds stands just ahead. I take the exit and join yet another long line of cars heading for the parking area and campground. Gas carrying coolers, chairs, and camping supplies crowd the edges of the unpaved roads, making us slow down. Finally, we find a spot and I kill the engine. Marina looks at me, waiting for me to say something. But I'm all out of cheesy speeches, so I just grab her hand and we stand up.
Let's go.
The air seems to crackle with the electric anticipation. It's on people's faces and in the way and that they move. The energy is like a wave that flows over them. All we share is a feeling of excitement and unity. Every single person has been here waiting for months for this day to arrive. And it's finally here. High tents and portable stages dominate the space around us. Between those and the trees, and most of all the noise, you'd never guess there's a city and a highway just a couple of miles away. Drum beats and muted chords float by as musicians do a few last-minute sound checks. They're barely audible over the sound of thousands of chattering voices. Folks of all different shapes, sizes, and colors mill around us. It's like social boundaries have been eroded. I think that's a sentiment Gramps would have liked. Idly, I use my thumb to trace a heart into Marina's palm. He squeezes back, probably unaware of what the shape was, but understanding it all the same.
So, where do we go now?
Now we go stand in line while they check wristbands and let people onto the grounds. It's gonna be a while.
One more traffic jam, huh?
That's right. One more.
Even if I hadn't been mapping the grounds in my head, it'd be impossible to get lost. Bored-looking staff are positioned every few yards, holding signs with arrows and directions. Like molasses, the throng of people that we joined oozes down the trail. We all hold each other back, the sheer numbers making slow going. Nearly 100,000 people attend each year.
What time does the show start?
First bands are at like 11, but the ones we want to see are later in the evening.
What time is it now?
I use my free hand to shield my eyes to stare up at the sky.
Maybe 10:30?
You didn't seriously just use the sun to tell time, did you?
What, you can't?
Not all of us were born in the wilderness, Amber.
Hey, neither was I. Just raised in it. Besides, I checked the time before we got out.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I'll have to show you how to use a sundial sometime, though. It's pretty handy if you're ever lost in the woods somewhere.
Right, because knowing the time would definitely be what I'm thinking about then.
You should be. You'll want to know how long before it gets dark and cold so you can find shelter.
I'll just ask you to do that.
What if I'm not with you?
Why wouldn't you be?
I kiss her right then and there. After the past few days, I was a little worried that things would be awkward. Silences and trailing off sentences. But no, it's like we never fought, never argued, like I never blew up at her. That might be my favorite thing about Marina. There's a growing list of those. She really thinks I can do no wrong. I don't know what I did to deserve her, even if I do. but I'm pretty dang happy to know how it all turned out. The line speeds up once we actually hit the festival entrance and are rushed through the gate. A pair of attendants pat us down. Since we're not carrying any drugs or weapons, we're waved on through. Passing underneath a broad opening display, we're officially arrived. Marina spins towards me, bouncing up on her heels.
We made it!
Hell yeah, we did.
It's been a long journey. I think of everything we've done and all the places we've been, the people we've met, and how all those led us to this. I smile as I reach for her hand yet again, and meeting it halfway, she went for mine too.
Food?
Food.
I haven't had a good meal in over a day now that I think about it. And once I do, I can't stop thinking about it. I lead the way to the food court, which is just a bunch of trucks and tents arranged in the aisle. Everything is for sale. Everything for sale is greasy but delicious, the kind of food that'll stop your heart but heal your soul. Pause at the closest truck to us and read the menu.
Amber?
Marina.
Is that like a typo or something? It says they have deep fried candy bars.
Deep fried candy bars, yep.
Nah, those are really popular at fairs and festivals.
It gives me that I know you're making this up look that she perfected.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm actually dead serious. Candy bars, pickles, snack cakes. You can get almost anything deep fried at places like this.
Ever had one?
No way. That's too much, even for me.
Thought alone makes me kind of queasy. So much grease.
Order up.
To highlight my point, the guy running the fryer pulls out a crispy looking blob. It's impossible to tell what it is because of the batter. After wiping off some of the oil, which doesn't seem to change much, he wraps it in wax paper and hands it to the person waiting by the window. He bites into it with a look of pleasure though, so I still can't tell what he's eating.
Want something?
Vaguely green, Marina shakes her head.
Pass.
Not much further down the line, we find a regular pizza stand and order a couple of slices. Stand a little out of the way while we eat, trying to keep the toppings from all sliding on our rapidly deteriorating plates. When we're done, I drag a napkin across my face. It comes away orange with grease, of course.
Missed a spot.
She leans over and wipes dry spot above my upper lip and then kisses it.
Wait. Show me where again?
This time she doesn't dab before leaning in to kiss me, and I can taste the pizza on her breath. Or maybe it's mine. When we part again, we're both smiling.
You should check the sun. What time is it?
I make a big show of looking up at the sky, then back down and pretending to think hard.
I'd say it's time for us to get a watch.
That is literally a joke that my dad makes. His dad probably said it, and it was probably old then. No, just no.
Ouch, tough crowd. I'm hurt. Really, though, it's probably a little bit past noon. We've still got a long time.
Wanna go check out some of the other bands?
Yeah, sure.
I pull the schedule that we got by the entrance and pass it to her.
I don't really know any of these groups. Let me know if there's someone you want to see.
Marina skims over the list of names before she squeals.
Oh my god, yes! Them! I want to see them!
She points to someone who's about to set up on the main stage.
All right, that should be this way.
Literally bouncing with excitement, I lead her through the crowds.
What kind of music are they?
I have to shout now because the music is much louder over here. Marina presses close to me to respond.
They're rappers. 2 of them. Their new album got super popular. And they're even doing this version of it where all of the instruments are cats.
Right.
I'm not really into rap, but whatever. I'm not, it's not like we got anywhere else to be yet. And I'm pretty sure Marina still isn't, super into weird old people like jam band. We get to the stage right as the set ends because there are a lot of people leaving. A bit like swimming upstream. But we managed to make it close to the stage.
How are you liking it so far?
Which part?
All of it.
It's kind of crazy, but it's fun. I like seeing all the different people.
Yeah, you get all types.
Bass booms from a speaker close to us. It's just playing a pre-recorded medley, but Marina sings along to a few of the songs. A little while later, the two rappers come out on stage and everyone cheers. I turn around, surprised at how big the crowds have gotten again. When I look back at Marina, she's not paying any attention to me, just grinning up at the stage. 40 minutes later, the pair leaves the stage with thunderous applause and cheers. Even I clapped for them. They were pretty good.
How'd you like it?
They were so good. So good. Like, whoa. If I'd known they were playing today, I'd have been even more excited for this. They're one of my favorite bands in the world.
Did you just not look at the lineup or something?
I guess not. I kind of thought all of the bands would be like what you listen to.
Burst out laughing.
I don't think they could sell out a festival like that. Not to this many people, at least. But it's fine. I like getting to hear new stuff, too.
That's how we spend the next few hours, going from stage to stage to watch bands I've never heard of. Sometimes they're groups like Marina, sometimes they're groups Marina likes, and sometimes they just have a weird name. Around the time the sun starts to go down, we head back to the stage where we'll see the last show of the day. Marina's in the lead this time. We've gone between the stages so many times that we have a good feel for how to get around. We find a spot on a little grassy slope and sit down.
Are you sure? Won't it be hard to see?
Nah, we've got a good view from here, and it seems like it'll be a small crowd.
Of course, small still means thousands of people here. It's just small compared to some of the other acts. Marina bumps my shoulder.
Excited?
Bit of an understatement.
Up on the stage, there are banners and a giant cloth backdrop that hang from a bar. They're decorated with a familiar black logo that I could draw in my sleep. Breeze causes it to shake and sway, but it's as excited as I am. We're pretty severe outliers when it comes to the average age of this crowd. The rows of people in front of us are represented by a smattering of bald spots and bandanas. I'm about to make a joke to Marina when the band comes on stage, and any words are lost in the deafening roar of the applause. Beside me, Marina's voice joins the thousands whooping and yelling. Usually I'm way too self-conscious for this sort of thing, but what the hell, I cheer too. With just a wave and not a word of introduction, they launch into their first song. It was the opening track on their second album, back from before I was even born. They've been playing this one longer than I've been alive. It's a great song, though. They're all great songs. The whole set is magical. They go from one song to another without stopping in between. If you didn't know the music, you'd probably think it was all just one super long track. Even though it spans a few decades worth of albums, everything flows seamlessly, like it was meant to be heard this way. At some point, I close my eyes, even though I don't notice myself doing it. I'm lost, but in a good way, with Marina beside me, gently swaying. There's not a single sad thought in my head. For 40 minutes, everything in the world seems right. I marvel at the odds. My life could turn around entirely in such a short amount of time. Countless cups of coffee, gas station snack packs, 3 boxes of gold, 5 states, 3 weeks of dusty desert roads. That's what it took to get us here. All that in one faulty fuel gauge. I open my eyes and look back at Marina. To my surprise, she's looking right back at me. She scoots a little bit closer and leans against me, her head on my shoulder. I put my head on hers, and together we rock in time to the music. Then it stops. Everyone cheers again. And the front man holds up a finger. It's the first break there's been in the whole set.
One more song.
one more song. Then he plays those guitar strums I had come to know so well, the ones I was both dreading and looking forward to the most. It's the most familiar intro in the world to me, and of course, their swan song. Gramps and my favorite. Aww. I can feel Marina's worried gaze, wondering, like always, if I'm about to break down and cry. But this time, I meet her look and I smile as I press my lips against hers. I'm with the girl I love, seeing my favorite band live as they perform my favorite song. What's not to smile about? Somewhere I hope that Gramps is smiling too. If there's an afterlife, I hope they get free tickets to the festival. Aww. A single bittersweet tear leaks out of my eye, rolling down my face and onto our lips. I picture Gramps here beside me, not replacing Marina, but here with us. I know he would have liked her. As the song comes to an end, I mouth just one word. Bye. And then it's over. I feel something change. Not a physical motion, but an emotional one. Something new. Something deep inside me feels right. The band bows. People are screaming their affections. It's over. We saw them. They performed. And it's over. Beside me, Marina shifts to look me with a coy look on her face.
Amber,
Yeah?
I think I know what I want to do with the treasure now.
We both lean in, for once knowing exactly what the other was thinking.
I think I do too. So where to next?
That is it, boys and girls.
Sprinklers, sparklers, holy water startlers, protect me from the mountain beast that haunts Sierra dreams.
That was a long freaking visual novel. I feel like it was good. I liked the way it ended, and I knew that there was something compelling me to play this thing all the way through, but I just feel like it could have been played a lot quicker. I feel like they dragged it on way too much. Good visual novel, it ended well. Some of it made me laugh. Some of it made me sad. I wouldn't say it made me cry. Not the best visual novel I've ever played. I think this one's a little bit overrated, but I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty heartwarming, and I think it has a good point. I like it. I mean, I like the end of it. I would cut out about half of that. It literally took us about 8 hours to get to the good part. Yeah. I feel like they could shorten this to it. So basically it took me about 12 hours to play this whole visual novel. I feel like they could have done the same thing in about 6. Or what would take me 6 to play. Realize that if you were playing this by yourself and just reading it to yourself, you could do it a lot quicker. You could probably do it in 6 or 7, just reading it to yourself. But when you're reading a visual novel out loud, it does take a lot longer. But the art was really good. It frustrated me at times. This game frustrated me, and you could see that in today's episode when it just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And at one point, I was just clicking through a bunch of stuff and not even reading any of it when they were in Vegas and stuff. Like, come on. I was pretty frustrated. But I did have the patience to make it through to the end, and it was a good ending. Alright. Anyway, guys, 4 hours and 10 minutes. We are finally done with Highway Blossoms. And we know now...
It's a good thing we were able to get tickets from that scalper. I was almost worried.
So they went to the festival as well.
All that glitters is not gold.
Ooh. That's a good ending right there. I think the money-hungry Mariah. All that glitters is not gold. True, nothing like good music. Nothing like people you love. Like...
Except the gold. The gold always glitters.
Gold does always glitter. Huh.
You know, I've been hearing talk about a government caravan that disappeared somewhere in Texas.
Oh boy.
Was apparently transporting a ton of cash. It's the weirdest thing, though. No one can seem to find it.
What? And you're only telling me this now? You really are a slacker, aren't you? Come on, bozos. We've got some serious work to do. Every second counts.
That's pretty good.
Sunshine, alpine, fan of friends and good times. Remind me why I'm doing what I'm doing. Amen.
Wow, so if you read all that, if you want to read through Amber and Marina's story again, no, too long. You have the option to turn on goofball mode for a crazier take on the story. If you ever want to change this, goofball mode now appears as an option in the preferences, like right here. Okay, goofball mode. Yeah, I like it, but not enough to go through another 12 hours of Highway Blossoms. No way in hell. It was pretty good, guys. I feel like it was just way too long. Way too long. Alright, guys, we are going to quit. As I close out the game, guys, and I look at look at the Steam page. Now you guys might see why this game has over 1,000 reviews and 96% of them are positive. The ending was strong. Story and the point of the novel was strong. Especially with what Tess said there at the end. What glitters is not always gold. But the irony is that gold always pretty much what it said. Yep. Yep, what Tess said there at the end was pretty good wording. Careful, what glitters is not always gold, and the irony is gold always. Pretty good. And that's pretty much the whole point of the story. And love, of course. But, yeah. Alright guys, be sure you comment down below, let me know what you guys think. If you watch this whole visual novel, if you guys, if you're watching this video after the live stream, rate it. Be sure you give me a thumbs up on the video. Be sure you comment down below, let me know what you guys thought. And if you guys were there when I was frustrated, just cursing the game and clicking next without even reading a word, to let me know down below as well. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you in the next one. I gotta get some. Got everybody.